What?
You at least cut that on. Here, right here. Okay, shalom everybody. Hope everybody is having a Tawab Shabbat. And Salaki, we're running a little later than normal. But shout out to the brothers in Houston, isbhpk Houston, isbhpk in Virginia, and Rochester, Cabo in Guatemala. I hope you all are doing well. Hope we have a really productive and positive, strong Sabbath day today. It's not going on today? It's not going on?
It's not trying to do it.
There's another one in the back office.
Okay.
Before we get started, it's probably best that we do this. Okay. We're going to go, before we go any further, when the brother comes back, we'll start our prayers up. But today we're going to be going over David's census and just his final days and prayers that he had towards the Most High before he transcended. And then we're going to Solomon after that, which is going to be exciting too. But if there's any questions, if we're going a little fast, let us know, whether it's online or in class. Just keep us updated if we're kind of moving fast or whatever the case may be. We are going to need our Josephus today also, so just be aware of that. We can go get it now. Oh yeah, you ready, man?
I'm ready to go. I'm here to go.
It's taking forever. This shoe's that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it.
Where is it? You took it with you, man.
What?
You took the thing with you. Yeah. Okay. We're going to be getting ready in a second, y'all. Just be a little patient with us.
Here we go.
All right. Watch what's going on. Can you do that, man? I'm not going to burn my fingers off the day, bro.
I got it.
Okay. I'm going to start. Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ha Nathan Lanao. Awar. Zayawam. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. It's because it's running out, but that's fine. We'll just get it cut off. That should work. Because you go cut it. Yeah, we're good. Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ha Nathan Lanao. Rayach. Nayachacha. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us his savor. Thank you, so be it.
So be it. Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim. Rise and face east, or Jerusalem. Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Ahawa Nathan Lanao. Ha Shabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anashya,
Ayanyamya,
Hahayam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Sheshamoyah, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Sheshawamar, Yashara, Yahweh, Shemoyah, Yahweh, Tezalia, Ayah, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashmoyah, Makol, Right, Yashmor, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashmor, Awalakya, Wabawaya, Ma'aitha, I will
I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shemai, Yasharala, Yahweh, Alahaya, Yahweh, Achad. Shemai, Yasharala, Yahweh, Alahaya, Yahweh, Achad. Shemai, Yasharala, Yahweh, Alahaya, Yahweh, Achad.
Right here. It says, "Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one." Deuteronomy 6:4.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ratiza, Hawak, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nathanael, Lacham, Yawam, Wasalachna, Chawathina, Kasalachna, Chawathina, Wala'ah, Tabiyanaw, Wanasawan, Abo, Awshina, Wayan, Right, Hayat, Lakab, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathaparah, the I will
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
10 Commandments. La'ah, Yahaya, Lakah, Alahaya, Achayim, Ayo, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Tha'ainah, Lakah, Fasor, Wala'ah, Tha'aibarim.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'ah, Thalachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'ah, Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Tha'ainah, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Thachama, Asherah, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nathanawa. Hathawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Israel, you shopping?
Take seats.
Okay. Last week we had dealt with the I would say the minor rebellion of Sheba, and also David's return to the throne. And what else did we go over? And also the last chapter in 21 was dealing with how there was a famine in the land, and how the sins of Saul were a lot to do with why there's famine in the land. What the Most High to do was, well, not the Most High, but David allowed 7 of Saul, not McCall's son. It was 5 of McCall's sons and 2 of Rizpah's sons to be executed. Let me work this. To be executed, and when they were executed, the wrongs were righted, and the land was able to be restored back to its proper estate, and there was water and rain and everything. The crops were able to grow, and everything went back to normal. So at that point, that was one of the last. Well, I'm not going to say the last, but life started to turn and get in peace, especially after the Philistines made their last run. It was also towards the end of 21. The Philistines made their last run in trying to get back on top. They went to get their heavy hitters, which was all those giants. They had like 4 brothers of giants that Israel ended up killing them. Yeah, but they were related to Goliath. So these 4 sons, they went back to war to try to regain their territory. Don't forget, there's some peace behind it. And David's kinfolk, Asahel. Was it Asahel? No, it wasn't Asahel. I keep saying that name. It was Abishai. Abishai just took out a giant, and other sons of David ended up taking out the giants, and they squashed that threat of the Philistines, and the Philistines never sat back here and rose up against them for the rest of his time. I bring that out to explain. I want to initially go to the Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 7, Chapter 12, Paragraph 3.
Thank too, right?
What's that?
David would thank too as well, right?
Well, during that fight, it was to the point where they didn't want him to fight any more wars, because he was getting too old to sit back here and fight. And we've mentioned it before in passing classes. If we're going to sit back here, and if we're going to be sat down, let it be from the men, not from your own devising.
Self-decision.
Yeah, I think it's time for me to take a break. No, that's not how the Most High want us to do it. But where are we at? Do we have that?
Book 7.
It is Book 7, Chapter 12, Paragraph 3. Matter of fact, let me salute the brother here real quick. Let's get you in cry first. You gotta show me some skills one day too, man. You learn from the best.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatar, Bana Shah, Ban Yashahada.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatar, Bana Shah, Ban Yashahada. Imagine, bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakathum.
I'm serious though. I want to sit back and do fluctuations. I want to do the flutter. I want to flutter the sound. I want to better sit back and.
I got you, man.
I want to like really, change it up. So,
different tones and keys.
I'm trying. I try to, and I'm doing a hack job right now.
I got you.
But I want to learn that.
I got you.
I want to feel like Louis Armstrong out here, like, with the big cheeks and everything blowing. He was phenomenal. But anyway, let's do this, man. This is the third paragraph.
All right. Antiquity of the Jews, Book 7, Chapter 12, and Paragraph 3, page 203. Whenever you're ready, sir.
I'm ready, sir.
It reads, and now David, being freed from wars and dangers, and enjoying for the future of profound peace, composed songs and hymns to the Most High, of several sorts of meter. Some of those which he made were trimeters, and some were pentameters. He also made instruments of music, and taught the Levites to sing hymns to the Most High, both on that called the Sabbath day and on other festivals.
That's swap.
Now the construction of the instruments was thus. The viol was an instrument of 10 strings. It was played upon with a bow. The psaltery had 12 musical notes and was played upon by the fingers. The cymbals were broad and large instruments and were made of brass. And so much shall suffice to be spoken by us about these instruments, that the readers may not be wholly unacquainted with their nature.
We're going to hold that. We're going to go now to the Bible. But all that's just saying is, once there was no more war, once the fighting was over, then David could sit back here and focus his energy, and his time on embracing my brother that just pulled in here. What's that, sis? It was book 7, chapter 12, paragraph 3.
Page 2.
But what we just jumped in, and I'm going to go back in the actual scriptures. So, what we're going to go into now, it says that when David had free time, and after the wars were over, all the battling was over, then it was time to sit back here and sing to the Most High and write psalms to the Most High. Now, when you go through Psalms, all of the Psalms of prayers or praise wasn't just at the end as he was older. A lot of these prayers that he did in Psalms was also, during the times when Saul had him on the run. It was different times of his life. But when we go into Psalms 22, you're going to see that this one parallels Psalms 18. So 2 Samuel 22:1 parallels Psalms 18. It's practically the same prayer. Okay, so let's get that started. There's too many Israelite books here. I can't remember. I need to select this right here, just real quick. Okay, cool. Let's get that.
2 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 1. And David spake unto the Most High the words of this song in the day that the Most High had delivered him out of the hand of all his enemies and out of the hand of Saul. Okay. And he said,
so this from verse 2 down is what Psalms 18 is. Just in case you want to know that. So let's read that.
Verse 2. And he said, the Most High is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, the power of my rock. In him will I trust. He is my shield and the horn of my salvation.
So the Most High is David's power. Because the horn represents power. The horn on any animal represents the strength. Because that's what protects, whether it's the rhinoceros, whether it's whatever animal that has horns. Those horns are quote unquote tusk. Is what constitutes the strength of the animal. So when David's saying the horn of his salvation is the Most High, the power of his salvation is the Most High. Okay, the Most High is his rock. The Most High is David's, is our anchor in that stable galvanizing force that we always have to go to recenter us. Okay, read on.
And the horn of my salvation, my high tower and my refuge.
My high tower is my escape. What's most our people's escape? Drugs, drink, music, women, career,
social media,
that internet.
Entertainment.
That's our high tower. Most of us. Most High says, well, David said, the Most High was his high tower, his refuge when he was stressed, when his back was against the wall. He sat back here and relied on the Heavenly Father to strengthen him, to be specific, to give him peace of mind. How many times, you know, I couldn't tell you and count on my hands how many times people have told me I got to get away from the Bible to clear my head.
Yeah.
I've heard it thousands of times.
I need a vacation.
I need to get away, go to another city to get my mind right, my thoughts right. What the hell? The Bible is supposed to, why would a different location help get my mind clear?
Right.
The Bible gets my mind clear. The Most High's word clears my mind. But David is explaining this point as he's singing praise to the Heavenly Father. Read on. He says his high tower and his refuge. That refuge is still that escape. And this is something
I need a break.
But the break is in the studying.
Right.
The break is in the reading. But listen, how many times when you're angry you want to read the Bible? And that shows us how disconnected we are to truly what our power source is. David is explaining where our power is centered at.
Also, it shows how we look at the Most High too. We don't look at the Most High as a comfort. We look at the Most High as a burden. Because I put him in the same category as work. That's why when I get away from the Most High, for those that have that mentality, I'm getting away from whatever the duties that the Most High got for me. That means I look at the Most High like it's all stress, it's all work, it's all discomfort. Versus running to the Most High, changing my perspective, looking at the Most High like he's the source of my relief. He is my relief. But that's not always the case.
That's not the case. That's not the choice that we choose. And this is why part of learning how to cleave to the Most High is how to retrain ourselves, how to deal with stress, how to deal with problems. Most of us don't train ourselves to keep going deeper in the book to bring peace. I'll say it this way: how many of y'all have sat back here and gone through stress and problems, and you try to read a verse and the verse doesn't work? I read the 5th verse, and normally these 5 verses get me clear, and the 5 verses don't get me clear anymore.
Yeah.
What is the Most High telling you?
That's not.
Read more verses.
Enough.
Yeah.
You gotta keep reading until those negative thoughts leave.
It doesn't work anymore.
And that's what people say.
But they always quote like, "He that endures to the end says." They quote the same scripture for every battle.
Yeah.
And that's cool to do that, but you have to add to your foundation.
It's not cool to do that. That's a problem.
No, I'm saying start with do something spiritual.
Yes.
But can you add to your foundation? Can you go past?
Yes.
That's like building a house. You're just gonna have one floor.
Yeah.
I mean, not one floor, but
One
like
piece of tile. One piece of tile.
One room.
One room, bro.
Or are you gonna keep adding rooms
Yeah.
to your spiritual home?
And that's a good way to say it. I was being pessimistic.
My bad. I didn't mean one floor.
Just the bathroom, man.
Yeah, just the toilet. Not even the whole bath. It's just the toilet. It's the toilet and the wash basin.
Yeah.
Well, what's the point that we're saying? The point that we're saying is that if those 5 verses don't work, me showing that the Most High is my refuge is I will continue to study. I will keep asking questions. I will keep building verses and looking for verses to give me the clarity that I need. Do you believe in the Most High or not? Do you believe this verse that the Most High is our refuge?
Hey guys, this.
I'm gonna let you go. Do we really believe the Most High is our refuge? That He is our peace of mind and He brings us peace and solutions?
You only know it until the time comes when you stress. That's what will determine whether somebody believes.
Yeah.
When that stress comes, how do you respond to the stimulus or the stimuli? The only way the Most High knows how you look at Him is when you're under pressure and when you're made uncomfortable. And once you're made uncomfortable, that will determine your actions, and the next course of action you take will determine to the Most High. Do you really believe in Him? Do you look at Him like that refuge or that comfort, or you look at the Most High like I'll deal with you on a need to have basis? Like I'll call you when I need you. You know what I'm saying? Or if it ain't stressful, then I'm not really worried about you. But in the pinch, I'll just call you in the pinch. Or do I always look at you like you my comfort?
I got a definition for this for refuge. Is shelter or protection from danger or distress.
But how many times do we go to the Most High during the time of stress.
But it shows right here in the scripture they used to kind of enhance the definition. It says Isaiah 28. It says we have made lies our refuge. So the issue is, if my refuge is not the Most High, what is my refuge?
Well, you know, a lot of us may not say the Most High is not our refuge. He just may not be our first refuge.
Wow.
Most High be
that's
like
crazy.
Most High just be like the last refuge.
Wow, that's
He
crazy.
be like, if I ain't got no other choice.
Then I'll break this glass.
Yeah, then I'll break this glass like a fire extinguisher.
Emergency!
Yeah, then I'll call him the Most High. Then you know, you get to that point where you say, man, I ain't prayed in a while, or I ain't fasted in a while, or you know, I ain't did these things in a while.
Yeah.
Then it's like, then I start looking at the Most High like, man, I better do something to get his attention now,
Exactly.
get his favor, versus him being number
stressing
one.
out.
Yeah.
Because listen, we'll sit back and just worry ourselves to death.
Yep.
It isn't even necessarily not just what we do physically. We'll just sit back here and just wear ourselves to death, get ulcers in our stomach,
Yep. Hair falling out,
being overly critical and stressed when things ain't going right.
That means the Most High is not my refuge.
That's the point. and that's the point. And that's why we're taking a little time to kind of expound or expand on the Most High being that high tower and that refuge, because for those of us who are lacking in faith, this has to be practiced. We have to practice making the Most High our refuge. We have to practice cleaving to Him during difficult times. We have to listen. But how do you practice cleaving to the Most High in difficult times? Yeah, cleave to Him during when times are easy. Get what I'm saying? If I don't practice being in the book during my comfort time, am I gonna get in the book when the sky's falling? More than likely not. You know, even in sports, what is it you practice like you what? I said it the wrong way, but you play how you practice. If you don't put the work in and practice, you're not gonna sit back and perform well. And for people who really understand it, you don't even get all the work you need in practice. It's what you do at home determines how your practice is going to function, which determines how you're going to play. This is the level of dedication the Most High is teaching us that we have to keep practicing and holding on to, and if we want the Most High to be that refuge with ease, for it to be a more natural position or posture to take. We have to practice it. Listen, when I'm getting tired, do I study? Do I study through my tiredness? Do I study through my lust when I have modes of lust that's pulling on me? When I'm angry, do I study? This is how you practice making the Most High your refuge. Or do you satiate yourself with whatever emotion, whatever nurturing, whatever feeling and emotion that comes to you, but then I'm still saying, I trust in the Lord with all my heart? It's not the case. So anyway, I just don't want to just run through the prayer and say we read the prayer, David, next verse. And I don't want to do that. I want to take some time to express why David, what he meant, what's the application of him saying the Most High is my high tower.
You know why it's so important to say this? These scriptures, like, listen, in my experience, I've read these prayers a lot of times. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I've read them. And the crazy thing is, it's not just reading them, it's when you read them.
Yeah.
Because the same prayer you read will mean something completely different when you're in a situation that is critical. What David's saying is hard to relate to because you got nobody coming at you with no swords. You got nobody looking for you. Like, you know, trying to kill you out. You're not sitting here. You got servants out. You know what I'm saying?
In the world situation.
But when you're about to lose everything, when you're about to when you have critical stress, that you have unsolvable problems.
Yes.
When your faith is at an all-time low, when you read these particular Psalms, this book, the book of Psalms, the scriptures have a different level of connection.
Yes.
You connect to them different.
Yep.
I was in the hospital. I'm not gonna tell the story. I was in the hospital, and it was a situation that I had no control over, life or death. The same scripture I read 1,000,000 times.
That you just gloss over, yeah.
The Lord is our protector.
Oh, Heavenly Father.
The Father's going to protect us in time of need. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. When you're in the valley of the shadow of death, that scripture, that what you're reading, has so much more
power.
It's very
relevant.
It's very comforting when you're in a situation where you're in the valley of the shadow of death. When you have people coming against you, it means so much more. You need some type of belief that someone's going to be with you. When you need refuge and you read this, then this is really comforting because you need refuge at that moment. What I'm trying to say is we read it nonchalantly, but when you're in the situation, when you practice reading because, it's going to be there for you. It's going to pop out and strengthen you when you need it, when you're in the scenario. That's why it's so important to go over these mechanics. We blow the mechanics off and like, it's just, I'm just being a Jew.
Yeah. But we have to practice studying for small battles to get ready for the difficult battles. This is what I was saying about the daily things that you deal with. If you learn to cleave to the scriptures and make the book and the Most High your refuge on smaller levels, you'll have more confidence to cleave to Him during greater trials and greater situations. We go back with David. You think he was relying on the Most High when he had to sit back here and fight and wrestle bears and lions out? And to save his sheep from these bears and lions? You don't think he was praying to the Most High then?
Yeah, prayer management. He's got a line in front of you.
Yeah, the teeth of wild beast right in your face. So he was already practicing and learning how to rely on the Most High then. So now him being in a situation that's of greater stakes, he already had a method that he held on to prepare him for dealing with Saul on the run and all the other difficulties he faced. Like, I'll never forget when the prayer says, he said, I am a step away from death. That is such a scary notion. If I make the wrong step, wrong false move, my life is over. But once again, all I'm saying is that refuge, making the Most High your high tower, is practiced. It is practiced.
I want to bring something out on that too.
Yes, sir.
1 Peter 1:6. Just kind of demonstrating that's what the Most High wants anyway. That's what the Most High wants from us.
You said 1 Peter 1:6?
Yeah, 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 6.
1 Peter chapter 1 and verse 6.
Read that. Read verse 5.
1 Peter chapter 1 and verse 5. Who are kept by the power of the Most High through faith.
How do you know they're kept by the power of the Most High?
Faith.
It's through what?
Faith.
It's through faith. Go ahead.
Unto salvation.
Go ahead.
Ready to be revealed.
It's ready to be. Your faith is ready to be revealed. Go ahead.
In the last time.
So you don't really know what faith you got until the time you need it, until it's crunch time, and then that's how you know. You know what? I've developed a relationship where I depend on the Most High, so that when the time comes where I need the Most High, me and the Most High's relationship is already established. It's already it's founded on something firm. Read on.
Verse 6. Wherein ye greatly rejoice.
So even in the last time when it's critical, you can still do what? You can greatly what?
Rejoice.
You can greatly rejoice when the time is critical because you've established a relationship with the Most High through what?
Through joy.
Through faith.
Yep.
So your faith is strong at the end when you need it because you've established this relationship with the Most High. That's why it says, wherein ye greatly rejoice. Go ahead.
Though now for a season.
It says, though now for a season. Go ahead.
If need be.
Go ahead.
Ye are in the heaviness.
Ye are in heaviness.
You are in heaviness through manifold temptations.
So he's saying that regardless of how strenuous the situation is, regardless of the strain that's on you and the amount of fear or pressure or doubt that's weighing on your shoulders, you've developed such a relationship with the Most High through faith that you can rejoice and praise Him no matter what. Read on. Read verse 7. Just read it straight through.
That the trial of your faith,
go ahead,
being much more precious than of gold.
And how do you know that the trial of your faith is much more precious than gold? How do you know when you reach gold level faith? How do you know you reach gold level dependence on the Most High? Read on.
Might be found unto praise.
Because at the time that things are against you the most, you can still do what to the Most High?
Praise.
You can still praise the Most High.
Mm.
That's how you know you've reached gold level faith. Because you could praise the Most High and not blame the Most
You know,
High.
and that's not be angry.
And not be angry, because a lot of us get into that. Why you
fair.
Why you put me through this? Why I gotta go through this? I come here. I'm the only one having to deal with all this.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing at that point? You're showing the Most High you never established gold level faith. Because instead of praising the Most High, you blaming the Most High. You're blaming the Most High for my condition. You're blaming the Most High for my situation.
You know. Can I explain what praising the Most High during a situation like this is? Is to have the capacity to be open to what the Most High is teaching. That's how I show praise to the Most High. Praise and thankworthiness is when I'm going through these different situations, what is the Most High teaching me in this situation? So if He's teaching me about patience, let me sit back and read about patience. That's the individual cleaving to Him and learning to have faith, to trusting in Him, and not how you feel.
Yep.
I have to choose to give my mind to what the Most High wants, or how I'm feeling in a situation that I'm feeling in. It's learning that trusting in the Most High and that learning to have faith is really what it means, like in Ecclesiastes 25:12, which talks about cleaving to the Most High. I'm cleaving to the Most High's train of what? That's what I'm cleaving. I'm cleaving to His train of thought, and if I can learn how to trust His train of thought, I can be at peace with the different waves and ebbs and flows that life throws at you. Because I know that if I hold on to His train of thought, the Most High is going to come through and take care of me. Yes, sir.
And even when we go through a situation, whether it's worse or calamities, like when we go through those situations, giving that praise to the Most High is because we already established that relationship with the Most High.
But that relationship is based upon what? Dealing with minor trials that you learn to get victorious in. Clean hands make us what? A man stronger and stronger. Doing things the right way, a little bit every day, allows you to build momentum and strength in following His pattern. Did y'all finish verse 7, the verse that Shamshwan had y'all go through?
It was the only last part though. It says, and glory at the appearing of Yahweh Shai.
So you'll be ready for Christ when He comes because of all the work you put into learning to have faith in Him at this point. Let that go and go back to 2 Samuel 22:3.
2 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 3 from the top. The power of my rock, in Him will I trust. He is my shield and the horn of my salvation, my high tower and my refuge, my Savior. Thou savest me from violence.
Read on.
I will call on the Most High, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from mine enemies. When the waves of death compassed me, the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. The sorrows of hell compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress, I called upon the Most High and cried to my power. And He did hear my voice out of His temple, and my cry did enter into His ears. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations of heaven moved and shook because He was wroth.
When he's saying this prayer, he truly believes the Most High is there. And he truly understands, like when you're reading Hebrews, go to Hebrews 11:6 if I'm not mistaken.
Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 6. Whenever you're ready, sir.
I am ready.
Hebrews 11:6 reads, but without faith it is impossible to please Him.
It's impossible to please the Most High without true faith. Read on, but it's going to explain what that faith means, what that faith entails. Read on.
For he that cometh to the Most High must believe that He is.
If you're going to start taking steps to the Most High, you must truly know that He is. When you're studying, when you are, we talk about it when we talking to men about following, and we try to teach men that when you're following orders, when you're following instruction, you have to follow the instruction with the belief and anticipation that it's going to work. If you go into following an instruction with the mindset of being skeptical, it's not going to work anyway.
And what brothers do is they say, I tried. We love to say, I tried, I gave an effort, I didn't get the outcome I wanted, therefore the Most High is not real, therefore the counsel is not true, therefore this works for that person but not for me. We take a certain premise, we take a mindset, we take on a philosophy after we exert ourselves. After we try and put in some type of works, we're more likely to hold on to what we concluded from our experience than hold on to the Most High's word.
And that's what I meant by my point I was bringing up. Half the time, we will sit back here and make an attempt to do something, or we'll tell a young man about the idea of what following is.
Yeah.
And we'll tell a person that you have to follow with the mindset that the counsel is true and that the counsel is right. And if I can sit back and operate under that premise, then I will continue to drive and dig. And if I do fall short and I fail,
you're gonna fail.
But when you fail, the lesson is I didn't do it good enough.
But no, but see, that's the part.
I got to finish because I'm going to forget it because I almost forgot a second ago. No, I'm going to go back to it. But my point is that's the same thing with the Most High. If the Most High is our rock, do I understand that when we fall short, it's because we're not doing enough.
Right.
And that we have to go back, get retrained, and do things more effectively so the Most High will give me the response I'm looking for.
But we don't like to live in reality.
Yeah.
We want to live in our heads,
Yep.
in our perspective,
Yep.
in our imagination.
Yep.
And we don't live in concrete result field.
Huh? Keep going.
The results in my life, the results in my relationships, the results in my brotherhood, the results in my interactions with people, the results in everything that I touch. When you average the results around you, that's a statement of who we really are. It's called an accurate assessment of self. Israel doesn't dwell with accurate assessments of self. You know how you can tell that? Because when it comes after the relationship's over with, people are like, man, I was perfect in this relationship. I don't see why this didn't work out.
I did everything I could.
And then they get to the next relationship, and then they realize they have the same result again, and they say, these people are messed up. That's the statement after 2 or 3 endeavors in that arena.
Got it.
Or if it's a job. I got this job, the boss didn't like me.
Yeah.
I got fired.
Yeah.
Next job, the boss didn't like me. I got fired. These jobs are crazy.
These bosses are crazy.
That's the policy, or that's really the way we look at things, versus what about me invited this reaction? What about me invited this situation? What about me invited these results?
Got it.
We never ask those questions, and we never ask people that have answers. We ask people that don't have answers because we don't want to hear the truth.
Right.
We don't like the truth because the truth hurts.
Right.
It hurts our ego.
But if we were humble, we would allow that truth to keep refining us and making us better. Read Hebrews 11:6 again.
Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 6. But without faith it is impossible to please him. For he that cometh to the Most High must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him.
And that's what this verse is saying. If we really believe the Most High, we understand and accept that the Most High rewards the people that diligently seek. So if you're not rewarded, you have to also understand that I didn't seek him enough to get rewarded. And if I can believe that mindset, then I can start to believe and see how real he is. Because this is what we have, this is how we have to operate if we're going to operate in this realm of faith. There has to be this trust and acknowledgement that if I do right, the Most High will defend me. If I do and I work at the level and expectation he has for me, he will reward me.
If we can see how the Most High put Abraham to the test by the sacrifice of his own son, that just lets you know that the Most High wants everybody's faith to be tested. We should be able to look at that situation and say, when the Most High wants your faith, he's not joking. he'll pit something real important to you against you to determine really do you believe in him or not. And it just goes to show the Most High really wants to reveal do you believe in him or not.
And now we know David had to go through some really high level challenges of faith because that's where his spirit was able to handle. Every one of us will have to go through that level of faith, but he went through that level of faith because that was what he was conditioned for. He had already gone and pushed in his life to get to that point.
What we gotta see is our condition of mind. Our condition of mind is based on our response to if we have or have not faith. If I walk around with butterflies in my stomach, knots in my stomach, fear, tight shoulders, I'm always angry or I'm always sad, that is a response to something.
Mm-hmm.
That's a response to something that I lack in my character. Because you're not always that way. When things are going well, you're not always that tight. Mm-hmm. You're reacting to a situation, and that situation is testing, like Shashawan said, do you have faith? The Abraham scenario. Yeah. So how you walk around in your head every day, that is a reaction to something. Right. We just don't want to analyze what am I reacting to?
Or what am I running from?
Or what do I lack that has me in this reaction mode?
You know why? Because faith is unseen. You really don't know how much it is that you lack.
Come.
And that's another issue. Now, if you know you're going to the Gucci store and you only got $10 on you, you know you ain't walking out with nothing.
You guys at the Gucci store.
You know you're not walking out with nothing because you know you only got $10.
Right. Why even go inside there?
You ain't even gonna go inside. Why bother? You already know. You can window shop and maybe daydream a little bit. Yeah, go try it on and take it back off. But you know you ain't got enough.
Why ain't gonna put the sweater on it? You know you ain't gonna go sweat it up and put it back on the shelf.
Yeah, and then tell the worker, I just want to see what new styles y'all got out right now. Yeah.
I always wanted to wear one of these.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why they be like, do you need any help, sir?
Yeah.
They know you ain't got no money. But the point is, if you don't have it, it's easy to know you don't got it. So there's no need, for you to make that move. But faith is unseen. So how do you know you have enough faith to buy you out of that situation that you're in? And now a lot of people don't. You'll know when you're like you said, when you got the tight neck and you got the knots in your stomach and you got
ulcers in
you, and then you can't stop worrying. That's how you know you don't have enough faith in the bank.
I can't sleep.
Yeah, I can't sleep. That's how you know you ain't got enough faith.
Or you can't stop thinking about worst case scenarios.
Right. Just doom and gloom.
Everything is a doom. Everything's a bad answer.
Yeah.
A bad possible situation.
Right. That means I need to go stock up my faith like money. Yeah. I need to go get some more faith.
My supplies.
But how do you even begin to set up your supply? Every time I've read about when the Most High tries to fortify somebody in faith, whether it was in Hebrews 11, whether it was in the time of the Maccabees, they always went back where? To the past.
To the past, yeah.
And when people lived and operated right, the Most High always did what for them? Always took care of them.
You need. If you don't have enough fortitude within yourself to get through that situation, then you got to dig and lean on somebody else's testimony.
And that's the point. That's why the Most High is the rock. He is our rock, because when everything goes crazy around you, what's the first reminder? If I operate the right way, if I live the right way, the Most High is not going to let me down. If I please Him, if I'm pleasing Him, if me as a brother is pleasing the Most High, then He's going to look after me. So if I'm in a situation where I'm not sure, if my life isn't going the way I want it, what's the only possible spiritual solution to do? Discipline yourself more and cleave yourself more to Him. That's the answer.
Because before I discipline myself, it goes to the spirit of obedience.
Yeah.
Because
you're right.
A lot of us know what to do. A lot of us don't want to do it. That's the problem. As I'm fighting myself, if I should commit to fasting. I'm fighting myself, I should commit to study. I'm wrestling myself, so I commit to confession. I know there's disciplines that I need to follow. That's the information. But if I want to do it or not, It's a matter of desire and choice.
Yep.
And how bad does it have to get for me to
How
make
rock
that?
bottom you gotta get.
That's what I'm saying. We all have rock bottom.
Right. Or also, you know, you look at the brother that was given one talent and he went and dug it and hid it in the earth.
I'm scared.
And his answer was, I was afraid. That means that I'm afraid to I'm afraid to use faith because I'm afraid that the Most High is going to take it from me.
Yep.
Or if I gain something, I'm going to lose it.
Why try?
Why try? If the Most High is going to punish me anyway, or if I try to build this and it falls apart, then why even build it?
Yep.
You know, because sometimes fear prevents us from even taking steps in faith,
Yeah.
and even to where we can develop faith. You almost talk yourself out of faith, like that one talent, like the servant with the one talent.
Yep.
You almost talk yourself out of even using faith to learn how to lean on the Most High.
Right.
Because all the Most High was showing you is he that's faithful over a few things should be ruled over much. I won't even become ruled over much because I won't even give faith a chance. I won't even give the Most High a chance. And that prevents me from even learning how to develop bigger and greater bounds of faith that I need to take it to the next step and take it to the next level.
Done. So listen, let's get back in here and let's go to verse 8. 2 Samuel 22 and verse 8.
Come. 2 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 8. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations of heaven moved and shook because he was wroth.
So the Most High, what he's saying is the Most High saw all the hell I'm catching. He noticed everything I'm going through. And he acknowledged it. And he was pissed off about all my suffering. Meaning he's going to sit back here and intercede for me now. It's that trust. Listen, David didn't see the Most High send thunderbolts in the ground and start destroying people. He just knew the Most High knew what he was going through, and he was angry at the suffering that his son was going through. It's that trusting connection that he had with the Most High.
Can I say this too? And we don't.
How else can a man wait as long for the multiple amount of years he waited for the Most High to take out or remove Saul from the position of power, and then wait longer to remove Ishbosheth from power? Unless you know and you trust the Most High is going to really sit back here and pull you out of this circumstance. Every single time he had an opportunity to take matters in his own hands, he didn't do it. That's because there was a legit, real trust that the Most High was going to sit back here and look after him, and that he wasn't just spinning his wheels for nothing. What you going to say? I'm sorry.
What you were saying? When you had mentioned about the lightning bolts, we want to know the Most High going to come through first before we move. We want to know how he's going to come through first before we move. And we don't, and that's really, it's backwards. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
That's backwards. Before you love me, I want to know exactly what you're going to do and how you're going to love me.
Yes.
Right.
That's almost like I'm trying to arrest the Most High. I'm trying to control the Father.
Yes.
I'm guilty of this too. I know it's in debt. I'm not gonna. If you don't come through by 4 o'clock, then why should I believe? You gotta come through by 4 o'clock. I used to be tripping like that. I'm like, listen, man, by 4 o'clock it better be here. Like you can't put no demands on the Most High. Demands on you. Demands on you.
Most High was supposed to be like Amazon, man. He supposed to be here by 4.
He gotta be here by 4
The
o'clock.
delivery is supposed to be here by 4.
Listen, I'm serving him. I'm Israelite. I came to class.
That blue truck ain't come yet. It's 3:59.
I read the Bible. Even with the trucks, we were like, listen, man, the trucks gotta be here. We need this badly. And you're like, man, it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. And it should be any minute now. I'm like, yeah, it should be any minute now. I look up and it didn't show up.
Yeah.
So I said, oh, you know what? I'm gonna not worry about it. At the end of the day, we're gonna have to let the Most High manifest Himself how He chooses.
Mm-hmm.
If He wants to be a lightning bolt, if He wants to be a boss that says no problem, if He wants to be a bag of money on the ground, we walk at the mall. We were broke as hell. We went to the mall and we saw a small little baggie on the ground. Open the baggie up. The whole total for the day was in the little baggie. After we got shamed for not producing. Remember that one?
Yeah.
The production wasn't on point, and we needed it.
Yeah.
We did everything in our power. See, the game is you do everything in your power, it don't come through, and then we get mad at God. We get mad at the Father. You know what? If you suppress those urges to be a victim, if you suppress those urges to blame,
and then replace those urges to blame with multiple times that the Most High has been there for you. You still have to
Those
replace.
reminders, yeah.
You have to replace the thought that the Most High is not going to come through with the multiple times the Most High has come through. And this is why we can't be forgetful hearers.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, the way we're wired to remember all the pain.
Yeah.
We're wired to remember the losses.
That's the flesh, huh?
We're not wired to remember the times the Most High came through for us.
The
We don't
flesh.
practice. All these concepts have to be trained mentality.
Yeah.
I've told brothers in the past, write down your blessings. Write down all the times. Not just write the blessings you have now. Write down all the times the Most High has been there for you.
Yep.
And then when you sit back here, if we were humble, you would sit back and say, damn, I could have gotten shot over here. That car accident could have killed me. I could have sat back here if I didn't listen. I did that one day. I didn't go with my boy to the club. He got shot. That could have been me.
That's the real thing.
I know that. I went one direction instead of the other one, and if something happened to the person that went the other direction, there's so many near misses.
Yeah.
The script. Listen, if you believe the Bible, doesn't the Bible say the Most High daily loadeth us with benefits? Do we train our mind to look at things that way?
No.
Do we train our mind to say, how did the Most High give me benefits today? How did He give me benefits yesterday, last year? Let me practice on how many times the Most High has loaded us with benefits versus focusing on how many things that we don't have, or so many things that we haven't gotten yet, or so many things that we think aren't fair. David is showing you a template of the mentality you're supposed to have.
So
if you want the Most High on your side.
So you're saying if on the flip side, if I can't do that, if I can't keep an itinerary of the times that the Most High's been there for me,
you better write them down. You better write it and laminate it.
Laminate it, put it on the wall.
That's what I'm saying.
You know
And near that same toilet, put it on the toilet, put it in your living room, put it in your bedroom. You better sit back here and put it everywhere you can to remind you about how the Most High has been there for you on countless occasions.
Of why I shouldn't be doubting.
Exactly.
And then so if I can't do that, then it just shows how ungrateful I am of the Father.
That's true.
And it shows you why my faith is so low.
It shows where I'm at.
Because then I really don't appreciate the Most High then. If I can't recall to mind all the times He's been there for me, then that's like a man having a wife that she don't remember the good. She only, what have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? Oh yeah. Like, I don't want to hear that, man.
You didn't come through last week.
I knew he was going to come with another one. I was waiting for him to top what we just did.
No, that's the truth though.
Listen, he did the lyric. I didn't look back at my hand. He sat back here and threw an additional lyric in here. I was like, no, that was a real lyrics. He said the song. I was like, wow. Anyway, I'm sorry.
It's the truth though. We're definitely
making a band now.
Part 4, huh? Season 4.
But that shows the Most High. That shows a man like, damn, you only care about what I did for you lately. You can't recall all the things that I've done this whole time. That just shows you ungrateful.
But then the crazy thing is, if you don't remember all the things He's done for you in the past, that's what you need to carry you to the next battle anyway.
Yep, true.
Listen, you ever see, whether you see in the movies or in video games, you have to sit back here and go through all the underbosses to get prepared for the big boss.
Yeah.
And all the things you're learning from all those lower levels gets you ready to win the bigger level.
Mike Tyson punch.
Well, we talked about that like 2 weeks ago. I don't want to go back into that dynamic, but what's the point? You overcome your minor battles, or you don't forget how the Most High has been there for you. So you have that in the back of your mind to propel you further when you have this new set of circumstances around you.
Right.
That is the nature. That's what growth means. But the preparation is based off not forgetting. So if I can remember 5 to 10 times the Most High has been there for me, now I'm in a sketchy situation where I can't see. Now I have something to hold on to. If the Most High didn't let me down these 10 times, why is He going to let me down the 11th time? And that should at least take away the anxiety, like that makes a person all tight in the shoulders and tight in the neck. I can remove all that tension and keep reading and keep counseling and keep working my way through the what I can't see. Do y'all understand what we're talking about? But Samuel 22, 2 Samuel 22 is explaining how he has that trust for the Most High. To the point that he knows the Most High sees what he's going through. And he knows the Most High is upset at what he's going through. And he knows the Most High is going to defend him. Give me verse 9.
Hey guys, one more thing. If me being upset is me accusing the Most High of failure.
Yeah.
That's I'm telling
Most High let me down.
I'm really, because we don't say that with our mouth, but our disposition says that. Our dejection says that.
Good.
Our attitude says that. Our unhappiness says the Most High didn't come through.
Good.
And people can feel that, bro. They can see it. They can feel it. Non-believers be like, why should I be an Israelite? Why should I join the camp?
That's what Moses says. He that despises not man but the Most High.
Why should I sacrifice?
We'll blame a person for our situation, but really indirectly we angry at the Most High.
Why should I worship the Most High? Why should I worship your God when you're not at peace with your God?
Yep. Exactly.
And we're really trying to shame the Father.
Yep.
Instead of taking this, somebody has to be ashamed.
I've seen brothers say that. I've seen gainsaying people say, "Why I don't want to be around those brothers?" When I see these brothers, they're always unhappy. They're always frowned up.
That brother's faith is weak. That don't mean everybody's faith is weak.
Exactly. But gainsaying folks look for that to justify why they don't got to give themselves to the Most High.
Come.
Anyway.
You know, I like what you're saying. That add something on to that too. 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 8.
2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 8.
Read that.
But, beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing.
Now, there's a reason why. There's a reason why it's saying don't be ignorant of this one thing. Read on.
That one day is with the Most High as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
So what does that even mean? We always pull that verse to talk about Genesis.
Yep.
And that proves, that there were 7 days, there was 7,000 days during creation, right? But also what is the Most High saying is, listen, Most High is not on our timetable.
Yep.
So he operates on a totally different timetable. So your idea of speed is different than the Most High's idea of speed.
And his definition of weight is different from your definition of weight.
And that's the whole point of it. And that's the real reason why that verse, that's the correct context of that verse. We just keep pulling it out to stick it in the damn Genesis bank. But the real understanding is the Most High's timetable is not on ours. But keep going, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's perfect, because that's the point of the verse, is the fact that everybody wants the Most High to move on their time.
Yeah.
Right.
And the Most High and our time is two different time frames. And a lot of people will lose faith because of it. And this is why verse 4 says what?
Verse 4 reads, and saying, where
This is the unbelievers and people that mock you being on the Most High's time frame.
Where is the promise of his coming?
Because a lot of people, they stop believing because they say what?
Where is the promise of his coming?
I don't see nothing changing. I have faith and I believe that I tried. I read the Bible.
Right.
I gave the Bible a chance. I did the Bible thing. I did the God thing. I did the Christian thing. I did the Hebrew thing. I did the Israelite thing. And it didn't change. Nothing changed.
I did the French thing.
I did the French thing. That was the thing. I did these things. And nothing changed. Read.
That's true.
For since the fathers fell asleep,
Since the prophets wrote the scriptures for the last 2,000 years. Read on.
all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation.
So what excuse do people use of why they don't have faith in the Most High? Because nothing changed. I tried to give the Most High a chance, and I didn't see nothing change.
Reputation.
I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing move in my favor.
Right.
I didn't see nothing. I didn't see the Most High really come through for me. I'm in the same boat I was last week, last month, last year.
Right.
So for this reason, a lot of people will cast off the Most High in their faith, and they'll start executing their own lust,
Right.
because they think that the Most High operates on their time frame. Read on. No, as a matter of fact, jump up to verse 1.
Verse 1. 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 1. This second epistle, beloved, I now write unto you in both which I stir up your pure minds.
And that's why he's saying, even in this beginning of this chapter, he says somebody got to stir up your pure mind. Your pure mind is the fact that just because the Most High don't come through on your time frame doesn't mean the Most High is not real. And somebody, you need a reminder also of all the times that the Most High has got you through those victories that you didn't see, that you thought were absolute failures. And the Most High opened the door and found a way for you to actually overcome that situation. Right. Somebody got to remind you of this. You need a reminder. So that's why he said, I'm writing this letter as a reminder of that the Most High is there for you.
Listen, think about the stirring. A lot of times, if you're trying to stir something up, where is that pure mind? Where was that pure mind at? If it has to be stirred up. That pure mind was at the bottom. That pure outlook was at the bottom. Then you had to stir it up to bring it to the surface.
Yep.
This is what he said. This is no different than what we were saying earlier. That we have to teach and train our mind to put that pure outlook and remembrance in the forefront of our mind at all times. Because a lot of times by nature we push that remembrance of good times in the back. Right. And we always have the bad in the front of our minds. We always keep that negative at the forefront.
The doubt.
And Paul is like, you gotta sit back and stir that pure mind, the good experience to the forefront, so you can get ready and prepare for the battles that are ahead of you.
So cool.
But this is a practiced mindset. We teach you, but then you got to take this concept and take it home and start to make that remembrance a daily, habitual thing. And that it goes back into appreciation and value in the Most High. But you value the Most High by remembering how many times the Most High has bailed you out of jacked up circumstances. Right. That's what Psalms is all about. What do you think Psalms is about? It's about reminders of why the Most High is potent and why He's always been there.
It's not just poetry.
But it's there. And that's why I kind of blew off that part in Josephus where it says he was in iambic pentameter, the fifth phase. I'm like, listen, man, it might have had some structure to it.
Listen, this is how he was.
But what's the
going
point?
through something he wrote.
And that's the point. But the constant reminders of how the Most High has been there can help neutralize the fear.
Yep.
I'm in this damn cave. I don't know how this is going to work out. Listen, I got sellouts everywhere around me.
And I've been in this cave for a while.
But don't forget, he's in multiple caves. Every city he went to, there was a snitch. There was a city snitch. Yep. So can you imagine you walk in this city and guys doing this?
Yeah, got that. Yeah.
So you know it's over. You know you gotta get the hell out of there immediately.
That word travels fast.
It's going to give you. It's going to give you, and you got one of the fastest niggas in the city gonna go to the city and deliver the message. Like this.
Yeah.
Like this. I got the message. David's over there.
As you know, a lot of times.
Golly, they always have the fastest runner. Yeah. He's like 16 and he is pushing.
Yeah, because it's Crime Stoppers. You get your paycheck. You get paid.
Golly, man. Yeah, but that's the crazy thing. And you everywhere you walk, you got snitches around you. So you gotta constantly be trusting Most gonna come through for me. He's gonna come through for me, or you will collapse. And you'll mentally crack. But he's showing you a template of how to function. I'm sorry, that verse was cool. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, read on to that.
It says, "In both which I stir up your pure minds by way
of what?
Of remembrance."
So everybody needs a reminder when they're in a doubtful situation. Everybody needs their mind stirred up and reminded, hey, the Most High has been with you. Why are you doubting now today? And you haven't looked at all the things and all the times that the Most High has been there for you. Right. Why are you doubting today? Why are you tripping today? Read on.
It says, "That ye may be mindful
of
the words which were spoken before by the holy prophets."
And that's why you got to go back to the Bible and read the prophets. How did the prophets get out of this situation? What ingredients did the prophets use to overcome the situation? How did they give up? Did they get weak? Did they fall away? What mind frame did they take to get out of this situation? Read on.
"And the commandment of us the apostles of the Lord and Savior."
He said you need multiple testimonies. You need the testimonies of the prophets. You need the testimonies of the apostles. You need these letters that I'm sending to you right now to overcome your battles. That means you need multiple reminders of victory of how the Most High has established you even in times of doubt.
Right.
There's only one time that you have to worry. Go to Psalm 125.
Because even on top of the prophets, the commandments, and the letter, it was also about your personal testimonies.
Yep.
Because that's what made the men in the book of Acts so potent. They were teaching about their testimonies,
And
their experiences.
they were living it. I just got stoned.
Yes.
I just got whipped. I just got shipwrecked.
Iconium.
I just got shipwrecked.
Yes.
And I'm still here. I got
bit by
snake.
poisonous asper's
Ash.
scary.
Yes.
That's a crazy snake. I don't know what kind of snake it is.
Full of venom.
Exactly. And shipwrecked.
Yeah.
I'm like the nigga in the Titanic.
Yeah.
I'm on a piece of wood.
Floating.
I mean, what kind of craziness is that?
And he said, and then he told him that this ship wasn't gonna make it before it broke apart. He said,
so you know it's gonna, it looks suspect in the mug, man. The wood's all weak.
He said, what do you mean?
It's crackling.
What do you mean this ship ain't gonna make it? What do you mean it's gonna? He said, I got good news, I got bad news. We gonna sink, but ain't nobody gonna die. Read that right there.
That's
Psalm
the worst
125.
news ever.
God.
You better
Psalms chapter 125 says,
Read on fast.
They that trust in the Most High shall be as a Mount Zion.
It said, they that trust in the Most High shall be as Mount Zion. Read on.
Which cannot be removed, but abideth forever.
Go ahead.
As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Most High is round about His people.
They said the Most High is always with you. The Most High is always around you at all times. Read on.
From henceforth, even forever.
Go ahead.
For the rod of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous, lest the righteous put forth their hands unto iniquity.
The only time you got to worry that the Most High is not going to support you is if you're doing some corrupt, evil actions.
Yeah.
That's the only time that you should doubt. If your hands are dirty and polluted, then yeah, you should doubt. Because the Most High is not going to back you up. But if you know that you ain't been doing nothing crooked, and if you know you've been doing something right, and you ain't been participating in no wickedness and touching no dirt, then you have no reason to doubt.
And that's the fun. And then see off that point, that is how you establish the proper history and remembrance. Because sometimes I've been in counsel with brothers. I did try to do things right. The Most High still didn't bless me.
Yeah.
No. How? And then those failures muddle a person's confidence. It weakens a person's confidence when a man attempted to do right and it didn't come through. A lot of times you have to be able to teach a person, or we're teaching men, when you did things the way the Most High wanted you to do it, that's when you got blessed. There's no such thing as I did things the right way and the Most High punished me. Because a lot of times we'll tell ourselves that. A lot of times we'll say, man, listen, I did try that and the Most High didn't come through for me, and that's why I don't have faith. When you're sitting back here and going back in that memory bank, those experiences, you have to acknowledge them and accept that I didn't do things the right way. I might have attempted to do things right, but I didn't do it the right way, because if I would have got blessed. You have to neutralize that.
Skip steps.
Huh? But see, you have to acknowledge that I skipped steps somewhere, versus saying that, you know what, I did that. No, I did do that. Most of they didn't bless me. So man, why do I keep trying?
I'm shifting blame.
But that's the point. But if I have to, every one of us has to always acknowledge that the Most High is always fair and just, and that everything He does is pure, and everything He does is for the right reasons. So if I'm not getting blessed, it has to be because I wasn't doing enough. If I go back in my past, because a lot of times it's very difficult to stay potent going forward if I have a bunch of unanswered questions from the past, unanswered or unclarified failures in the past, because those unclarified failures turn into doubt. And a lot of times men and women can't understand if it was just I doubted, or the Most High just didn't care, or I didn't do enough. There has to be a pure, streamlined mindset from your past going forward, so you can rebuild and learn how to stay potent.
And this is why we teach that once you build your relationship with your counselor, you have to go back and deal with finding closure to past events, so you can have clarity where you're at. Because the past events and the failures of the past muddle your perspective on today.
Did y'all understand what I was saying about the going back? I need to make sure that's clear, because if you understand that the Most High is fair and just, and He's the rewarder of them that diligently seek after, and the scripture Shamshon once said that if you're doing right and you follow the law, then the Most High is going to take care of it. Then if I can hold on to that premise, that I can filter out 2/3 of my failures in my past as I just didn't give enough.
Right.
And if I have 5 times that I did right and the Most High blessed me, then I'm going to hold on to those 5 times. Versus mixing those 5 times in with the 25 failures I had that I thought I was doing good. Is what I'm saying, I'm asking this because this is a sensitive, not a sensitive, but a concept that if you're not aware of it, it'll go right over your head. And it will continue to feed that doubt that's inside of you. A lot of times we try to do things the right way, and we just didn't do a good enough job. And then when we try to do things the right way, and we didn't do a good enough job, and we didn't get blessed for it, a lot of times we take that as the Most High just wasn't there for me.
Can I say this?
You understand that?
And some people think,
And that starts to water down your confidence in Him moving forward. So when you're trying to sit back here and build a spirit up, you got to go back before you go forward. You have to go back to all the mistakes, all of the decisions, or the good intentions that went awry, or the good intentions, because the good intentions is not the same as what Shamshon pulled in Psalms 125, which was following the law and you got rewarded. Me trying and really giving 80% of my effort, that's not what that verse is saying. And being able to dissect the times when we tried and it didn't work out as us not operating at the standard the Most High wanted, with when I did things the right way and I got rewarded. You got to hold on to those scenarios, and you have to allow a counselor to walk you through the other times when you thought you were doing what you were supposed to and it didn't come through. If you can clear that muddy water, and if I have 10 solid scenarios when I was on point and I got blessed, then we start with that and we build on that. But you have to remove those other muddy concepts that weakens your mind and that weakens your faith, to make you second guess if the Most High is real or not. That is an important element to learning faith. You have to bring up the times when you did things the right way and you saw a reward.
If you actually let a brother troubleshoot your past, what you thought were successes, but they had turned out to be failures.
Yep.
It's not hard to see where you made the mistake at. If you let somebody troubleshoot,
You gotta be humble.
That's the thing. You gotta be humble. And a lot of times, we want what we want so bad, and we don't want to hear no. So we go about making moves and making actions and proceeding with events based on how we want things to be done,
Yep.
based on our vision and how we see things, because we want what we want so bad. I didn't let nobody troubleshoot my idea.
And I'll tell myself, I'm trying.
Yeah.
I am trying hard. But just because a person is trying hard doesn't mean they're trying proper.
that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Trying hard doesn't mean that you're trying the right way.
Right.
That's why even in athletics, you need to have trainers. Listen, you ever try to lift weights and shit? You try to lift. You can sprain your body trying to sit back here and lift the wrong way.
Right.
You need to be taught how to lift
Technique.
before you can start lifting. But this is in the same realm of the spirit. I could try to be doing something in the spirit. That don't mean it's being done the right way. That's what the Most said in Romans 10:1. We have a zeal for the Most High, but not in knowledge. We want to do things good. Just because I got a desire to do right doesn't mean my execution is right.
Right.
So when my execution falls short, and my blessing falls short, I want to blame it on the Most High. Then my faith gets weakened. Then I'm not sure. I'm not sure about me doing this Most High thing.
Right.
When in actuality, you need tutors and governors to show you how to harness that zeal. And harness that zeal into proper execution. Just like on an athletic field, you need coaches. You can sit back here and give 110% and still get your ass kicked. Am I right or wrong? Whether it's a football field, defensive line, offense, if your technique is shitty, this thing's going to run right over you. If I'm a receiver, I can run a 4-1 as a receiver. If I don't have technique, I don't know the route tree, listen, that corner's going to be in my hip pocket all damn day long. Because it's not about talent. It's not about can-do attitude. It's about all that mixed with execution and technique. And you need teachers and governors to teach you that. And a lot of our failures and our losses in this work come from a good heart, good desire, but poor execution because we got pride mixed with good intentions.
And that's what I was going to say. Sometimes you got the notion or idea that I don't let anybody troubleshoot my ideas. It's because you're trying to clip my wings. You're trying to stifle me. You're trying to stifle my development. You're trying to stifle my vision. I got a direction that I'm trying to go, and the reason why I can't bring it to you is because you're trying to tell me no, deny me my opportunity, or slow me down. And then so what do you have to do but let a person do things their way?
Yep.
And then when it fails, then the idea is that they're humble enough to come back and accept the fact that you did it your way, so it failed.
You ready now?
So now are you going to allow somebody to come back and show you what you need to do the right way so you can start making moves and developing faith in the Most High, not just your own hand? Because the scripture say, "Cursed is the man that trusted in man, and making flesh his arm." And a lot of us make flesh our arm,
strength,
and then it fails, and then now we doubt the Most High.
It goes into Proverbs 29. He that being often reproved hardeneth his neck shall suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedy. It's hard to remedy a person who has failed so many times. Because how many people want to accept that I've lost this time and I failed because of my pride? And who wants to start over after that? That's why people get hardened necks, because they're going to be stuck in their ways.
The hard neck is bad experiences.
But that's because bad experiences that come from not listening.
Yeah.
Then how many people are humble enough to keep getting punched in the mouth and then realize, okay, let me unharden my neck and allow somebody to retrain me. Sometimes for a person, it's easier to keep a hard-headed neck and just keep falling than to sit back here and let somebody reteach them from the ground up.
Because
that's what it takes.
I've got conditioned and used to failure. It's that ghetto mentality.
Yeah.
I'm used to this, so it's okay. But to actually go out of the spirit and now be vulnerable and teachable.
Yeah, but there's no remedy to a person.
That's so hard.
There's no remedy to a person with a hardened neck. And this is why it's so important that you learn at an early age to allow people to train you in spiritual acts, in spiritual development, so you can learn to get strong and stable in the mind, so you can see the benefit of doing things the right way and finding success behind it.
Most of us have. I put myself in a position like this at 13, 14. I was teachable. I got let down. So for the rest of my life is based on that moment.
Yep.
I'm going to have my defenses up for the rest of my life.
And then
I'm
failure on failure. Yeah.
I'm uncoachable for the rest of my life. So therefore, I can't get the results I'm looking for.
And that's the thing. Okay, we got that so far, right? We can keep off my disc for 3 hours, but I want to go into class. So let's do. We can literally go into the foolishness of Israel.
Being trained.
Yes. So let's get 2 Samuel 22 and verse 9.
2 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 9. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub and did fly, and he was seen upon the wings of the wind.
This sounds more like prophecy than talking about how he defended Saul. This verse is going into prophecy about the Most High's coming back on earth. Read on.
And he made darkness pavilions round about him, dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. Through the brightness before him were coals of fire kindled. The Most High thundered from heaven, and the Most High uttered his voice. And he sent out arrows and scattered them.
And we know damn well arrows that are coming from the sky is not talking about some wooden bow and arrows. Those arrows are talking about thermonuclear bombs that are shaped in the image of arrows. Okay? So this is obviously talking about a scene in the end times with the arrows and the lightning and the discomfiting of the people. Read verse 15 from the top again.
And he sent out arrows and scattered them, lightning and discomfited them. And the channels of the sea appeared. The foundations of the world were discovered.
The foundations of the world and the channels of the sea appears when these arrows hit the ground. When these arrows hit this water, you're gonna see what? The channels of the sea appear. The splitting of the seas.
Oh, like evaporation.
God, you're gonna see all the water spread out.
When the
You're gonna
water's
see
not there.
Yeah, that's the point. When the water's not there, it's removed because the bombs hit there. You'll read in Habakkuk 2. We're not going to it today. I think it's Habakkuk 2. It's one of those chapters that there is a prophecy talking about how the Most High is going to have nukes. Not the Most High, but there's going to be nukes blown up through the water. All the nukes aren't coming from the sky.
Right.
There are nukes coming from the water. They're going to hit the land from the side of the water. And you're going to sit back here and start and create these tsunami type scenarios where the water draws up and floods out. This is an example of how this is happening. The channels of the sea appear. When all the water rises up, you're going to see land there under the damn sea before the water smashes. These are examples of those arrows that are going to be shot out at the last days when the Most High in Christ comes back. Okay, read on.
Time. At the rebuking of the Most High, at the blast of the breath of his nostrils.
And we know this, the blast and the breath of his nostrils is when he comes down and he's shooting out fire out of his hands. Christ is. And that fire is not like regular fire. So Christ coming down in his fear and anger, and he's going to be shooting fire out of his hands. And the nation is going to be trying to sit back and destroy him too.
And he also said it beam out of his mouth.
It beams out of his eyes, if I'm not mistaken, too. That's in 2nd Ezra 15. But it was 15. No, it's not 15. It's 13. Let's keep going. It's 13.
Verse 17. He sent from above. He took me. He drew me out many waters.
Out of the nations. He took me out of the nations. Out of the world. Read on.
He delivered me from my strong enemies and from them that hated me, for they were too strong for me.
So that phase from like verse 7 or verse 8 to now is prophetic. Now it's going to fade back into regular scenario. Read on.
They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but the Most High was my stay.
Mm-hmm.
He brought me forth also into a large place.
A safe place. Read on.
He delivered me because he delighted in me. The Most High rewarded me.
That's a key point. The Most High delivered me because he was happy and pleased and delighted with my mind and spirit. I mean, the spirit of my mind, which is what? How you look at things, your mind frame. My mind frame wasn't just this doubtful dude. My mind frame wasn't this.
You can't be pessimistic
and expect salvation.
And expect the Most High to be happy with you.
Let me go ahead and save this guy who doesn't believe it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's what you want?
I don't know.
Let's save all the guys that don't believe in me. Let's save all the people that are angry at me.
No.
Let's save all the people that quit on me.
No, that's just not the case, huh?
You think he's gonna think like that?
No, he's not.
Let's save the guys that don't read my word. Let's go ahead and protect all the people that sit here and have plans C's and D's.
Nope.
It don't sound like the Most High's mentality.
It's not.
He said he saved and protected him because the Most High delighted in David. Something about his character, something about his speech, his mind, his actions, and his thought process, and how he cleaved to the Father brought the Most High pleasure.
Verse 21 even clears it up even more. Read that.
Verse 21 reads, the Most High rewarded me according to my righteousness.
He's telling you your reward is based upon your effort. The consistency of your effort. The dedication of your effort.
Yeah.
And that's the fact, yes, sir.
Is it also doing things the right way? Because it's not your effort and what you think, but it's doing it the way the Most High wants you to.
And that's how you gain success.
Not my opinion.
So if I understand that, when I have not had successes in my life, this is the reason also. I was also not rewarded because I wasn't operating at the level he expected me to gain. Listen, we have to understand, a lot of times we have high-end expectations. We want a lot of things. we expect to get a lot of things. We expect blessings. We want a lot of good things in our life. But we fall short because we don't put the necessary righteousness and work to gain what we're asking for. We want a lot, but we don't put the necessary work in to get what we're asking for in this spiritual realm. We're not playing by the rules of the world. So this is not about how much of a hustler you are, how much game you got,
How slick I am.
how hard I work. It's not just about work ethic. Can I work hard and can I please the Most High? Am I humble? Do I follow instructions? Am I obedient? Once you open up this Bible, y'all, the whole rule book changes. We don't play by the rules of the world.
You know why? Because the Most High sees intentions. And even though you may be able to mask your intentions in front of man, and you're able to put on a show in front of man that I'm pretending that I'm on point, and I'm pretending I'm right, and I can look the part, I can look spiritual, the Most High sees right through that facade. He sees right through that costume. And the Most High sees your intentions. So the Most High judge a man and reward a man based off his intentions, not just the show that he puts on. So none of us can mock the Most High. Yes, sir.
We also show the Most High how ungrateful we are when we show despite to the method he set up to be able to understand his righteousness. That's those passages according to his heart. That's being able to go seek counsel, to judge my decisions, what I'm going to do to make sure that it is right in the Most High's eyes by using the elders over me to be able to get that information.
That insight. And so a lot of times we think we can hustle the Most High by making ourselves look the part in front of men or man, and as the Most High should reward me based upon my appearance and how I made myself look in front of people. What the Most High sees the real intentions of what it is that you're trying to do. Are you just trying to man please and win the victory of the people around you and win the applause of the people around you, or you actually mean what you're doing and you're actually, this is your actual intention? And this is why, if you can, just finish that last verse in Psalm 125 verse 4 and 5.
Psalms 125 verse 4 says, do good, O Most High.
This is what David was asking the Most High. He said, do good to who?
Unto those that be good.
Not the ones that look good. He says, do good unto those, not that to pretend that they're good. He says, do good unto those that be good. Read on.
And to them that are upright in their hearts.
It says, also them that are upright where?
In their hearts.
Not the ones that pretend to be upright in the outward appearance. He says, but the ones that are upright on the inside. You know, so a lot of times we can fake it in front of men, but you can never fake it in front of the Most High.
That's true.
And that's where the reward should be given. That's what David is asking the Most High to send the victory to. Send the victory to those that are upright in their mind, not just on the outside of what they can make themselves appear to be in front of man.
Right.
Read on.
As for such as turned aside unto their crooked ways.
It says, but the ones that turn aside into their crooked ways, they try to look good, but they got crooked methods. Read.
The Most High shall lead them.
Or the ones that's trying to take a backdoor approach to success. Because that's another crooked way. I'm trying to come in through the back door.
Yep.
I don't want to do the same thing that everybody else is doing to show the Most High that they believe. I'm trying to show the Most High something else and trying to come up another way. Read on.
The Most High shall lead them forth with the workers of iniquity.
The Most High got a body of people that you're gonna fall in the hands of, because you don't operate the right way. There's only one way to come to the Most High. You got, and that is that you still got to have faith. You still got to be reminded of his security, of his comfort, of the fact that he's nurturing you. You still got to be humble enough to let the Most High's elders troubleshoot your ideas, your visions, your thoughts, your plans, and then you can't get angry at the Most High when things that you try to do fail. And the Most High said otherwise, you'll just fall into the hands of the workers of iniquity. He got crooked people set up for crooked people.
Oh man.
Read on, finish that.
But peace shall be upon Israel.
He said, but peace shall be upon Israel. That's if you're doing things the right way.
Yeah.
You see the result. The result is peace.
Sure,
So, good.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's continue in 2 Samuel. 22 and 21 again.
2 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 21. The Most High rewarded me according to my righteousness.
This is a powerful verse and a powerful chapter. This is what we should learn to hang our hats on and gain confidence in. Your confidence should be in the fact the cleaner my hands are, the more I know the Most High is going to acknowledge and reward me. So that should motivate us to keep doing things the right way. Find pleasure in doing things the right way, being in order. In the pursuit of right, because righteousness is a pursuit. You know, I love the law, and the law is right. But righteousness supersedes the law. Because the righteousness continues to push you forward. Righteousness demands more. Because once you get the law, how was your long suffering rated? How was your mercy rated through the law? How was your humility rate measured through the law?
Not eating pork is not enough.
But how your temperance?
Yeah.
How are all those elements, which are the fruits of the Spirit, measured by the law? It's not. But the pursuit of righteousness is ongoing. It's endless. In how much I can show the Most High I want to grow in my temperance, my patience, my long suffering, my mercy, my love, my diligence. It never ends. There's multiple levels that we can continue to ascend to show the Most High that we want to live righteously. And depending on how much we continue to evolve is how the Most High rewards us. Read on.
According to the cleanliness of my hands have he recompensed me.
Based on how clean my hands are, how clean my conduct is, how much I've refined what's inside of me determines my blessings. If I want more blessings, how much have I changed to earn that blessing? That's how you have to measure the blessings or the lack of blessing in your life.
Because we mean change. Change meaning how do my actions differ from my past actions? Because we say I change because we just have a different feeling. A lot of us are religious when it comes to the idea of change.
How many negative habits have you let go? How much of your faith has grown? How much of your long suffering has grown? Meaning, how long can you sit back and give and put yourself last without being angry? Without getting negative? How long can you operate at this spiritual level before you start to break down and start to fade out and start breaking down? You know, because some of us, you know, we give a little bit, and after giving at a certain level for a certain period of time, we start to break down. We start to want to start making selfish moves.
Yeah.
That lets us, that's the indicator saying, okay, you've gone a month to 2 months with giving for free. That's your limit.
My breaking point.
So now you got to come back and make it 4 months. And after you've achieved 4 months of giving for free in the spirit of charity, can you make it 6?
And so the same way
that's growth.
The same way we train the body is very similar to the same way we
like
train
in running.
the spirit.
Listen, okay, I can run a mile before I start breaking down.
Yeah.
Can you make it a mile and a half? Okay, make it a mile and a quarter. And can you make it a mile and a half? Can you get to 2 miles? Can you keep your pace up? Me always, these white folks always looking at their phones. I'm slowing down, I'm losing my pace. And they start picking up. And they got to sit back and keep on pace on their clock. And that's the measure of if they're on point or not in running. It's the same thing in the spiritual realm. Can I give for free? How many days have I gone without having a negative outlook? You ever see that the Simpsons? In the beginning of it back in the day, it says 100 days without an incident. And then the whole damn plant started falling apart. They had to bring it back to 0 again.
That is fun.
I know. It's the same thing with our outlook. How many days have you gone without melting down?
Collapse, yeah.
Looking at things in a complete negative outlook. 30 days? Okay, so when you melt down on day 31, go back to 0 again and try to make it to 60 days. That's how I'm measuring righteousness. How long can I sustain being on point in all of the categories the Most High has given us to work on? Just look at the fruits of the Spirit in Galatians and Ephesians. That'll keep you busy. How long have you grown? How much have you grown in the spirit of joy? How long can you serve and do the work of the Most High and be happy doing it? 3 months? Cool. Then you start having a negative outlook, having a sour face. That means you got to go back to 0 again and take it to 4 months next time. That's how your righteousness is quantified.
And that's realistic.
And that's endless, though. After you've gone 2 years being on point in a certain category, and you come back now after you melt it down and come back and make it 3 years. This is how I show the Most High that I'm serious about changing, and that's how you earn blessings. Blessings of significance. We think we want blessings, but we don't have an idea of how hard you have to work to gain these blessings. Then we get mad at the Most High because our half-assed effort isn't accepted. Most High, listen. Even when you sit back and go into the Torah, Most High said your offering was supposed to be what? Without spot, without blemish. Why are we giving the Most High three-legged damn calves now? Like in the spirit, huh? That's all pussed out. That's how our effort is. Hopping to the altar and stuff like this. Like this. The front arm's gone like these. Like this. Listen, you got a gash in the head. That's how our offers look to the Most High.
You got missing teeth.
Missing toothpieces. Claws all out like this. Like, what the hell are you giving me? That's what I'm saying. That's the amount of effort we give when we expect top-end blessings. He's showing us a template of all the killing of the animals. It was there, but what he was trying to give us was the best of our effort. That was what he wanted. And after you give the best of your effort, he's like, good, I'm going to give you a blessing. Now the bar has been raised. Now I want a greater sacrifice. And you get to that level, cool. If you want a greater blessing, you got to go to another level. There's endless levels. That's why the Most High says in Ecclesiastes 43 and 30, you can never go far enough.
But we want to do something right
and stop
and retire.
Yes, I've done good. I did a good thing.
And then live in that. It's like people that win like championships in the 80s.
Man, we gave it all, man. Look at the ring, bro. Then the damn 70-something Dolphins out. Can you stop drinking? Let me stop. They were undefeated out, and then every year a team loses. The last team loses, they all celebrate and drink champagne out. You were playing against sorry guys running 4.8s out. It wasn't that hard back then. Let me stop. Go with your point.
But we'll pause a moment of success, stop there, and say I did a good job, and then I am exempt now from
further challenges.
I am exempt from struggle after that.
You know why? Because it's y'all's turn, young grasshoppers.
Yeah, it's y'all's turn to do it.
Yeah, it's y'all's turn. My pursuit. That's why even Paul said he doesn't speak as if he's obtained already.
That's a great mentality.
You know what I'm saying? Like I made it already. He never developed that mentality like I made it. You know, it's a pursuit. It's not a I made it, now it's on y'all to do it. No, it's not. Righteousness is an everyday pursuit, and it's a journey. It's not a finish. I made it to the finish. I did it. I already did that. So I'm already proving to the Most High that I'm in. I'm sealed already.
I don't have to give them.
I'm already in the kingdom. Yeah. That's how brothers be acting.
The Most High continues to dangle that carrot in front of us. He says our righteousness are like filthy rags.
Right.
And he said the righteous shall scarcely be saved. How about that? So he keeps everybody on their toes. So whatever you think you've done, that if you've told yourself is enough, it ain't enough. And he lets us know that. Because he knows our nature. Our nature is to coast and take it light.
And to get puffed up.
Do a little work and then coast it out.
Professional coasters, right?
God. So this is how the Most High is explaining that pursuit of righteousness and that process of keeping yourself clean is how you get blessed and compensated. But it's the constant process of pursuing that allows the Most High to keep giving us those blessings. It's that time, sir. Somebody else, I'm gonna need 2 Samuel 22 and 22. Naga. You get the key?
Oh, what?
You get the key?
Key what?
Nagaha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Nagaha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yasha'Allah. Amajim. Rock. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatam.
All right, that's what's up. So 1 Samuel 22:22.
Yeah.
2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 22.
Did I say first?
God.
Okay, second Samuel.
Yeah. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 22. For I have kept the ways of the Most High, and have not wickedly departed from my power.
God, read on.
For all his judgments were before me, and as for his statutes, I did not depart from them.
Now we also know that he did depart from them at different times.
Yeah.
So he did sin with the adultery and all that stuff and killing Uriah. But when he was on point, all this held true. When he was in his purest form during the time of Saul, he was in his mindset. He was dialed in spiritually. Read on. This is before he sat and tarried. Read on.
Verse 24. I was also upright before him, and have kept myself from mine iniquity.
God.
Therefore-
Every one of us has our own fatal flaw. And he kept himself from his own fatal flaw. His own flaws, his own negative. Everybody got iniquity in them. He fought to keep himself from his weakness.
His weaknesses.
God. Read on.
Verse 25. Therefore the Most High hath recompensed me according to my righteousness.
Listen, you get recompensed by how hard you work to stay on top of your flesh. That's how you get rewarded. But the flesh just isn't lust. Flesh is doubt. Flesh is pride. Flesh is a negative outlook. Fear. Seeing the worst in circumstances.
That's the flesh too. People just think it's just, oh, I just want somebody.
Yeah, it's not that.
It's not that.
Am I humble enough? Am I pure of intent enough to go to whatever sources I can to help keep tackling that negative outlook of mine? That part of me, am I fighting every day to counteract, to counterbalance that part of me that wants to see the worst in my situation?
My impurity.
Whatever impurity it is, are you going at that every day? This is what exhortation is about. And when you read in the scriptures about exhortation, exhortation is about motivating people to sit back and go to war with themselves, to inspire people to fight past their perceived limitations.
We all need that.
We all do.
And you think you don't need it, be by yourself long enough, and you'll realize how you've slumped and how you've slowed down. And a lot of people think they can do it by themselves, but they're going to hit a wall, or they're going to run into a situation where you can't proceed any further unless you have some additional advice or additional counsel, additional help, or additional perspective. Because the Most High didn't make it to where you can do this by yourself.
Nope.
And that's the purpose of exhortation. He said, "Woe to them that's alone." So the destruction is to one that by themselves that feel like I don't need no help.
Yep.
I don't need nobody to motivate me, to push me. You know what I'm saying? No, you need exhortation. We all need exhortation, because you'll get to that point where you feel like, man, you know what? I'm trying, but it's not working. I'm doing I'm doing everything in my power. It's still not working.
Okay.
That's a question. So does that mean that I'm suffering in silence?
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of people do. Either they suffer in silence, or you sit back here and that brother's always in arguments and always in verbal confrontations. The crazy thing is, at least I'll get you 1 second. The person that has the verbal confrontations, at least the world can see what the problem is, so we can deal with it.
Yeah.
The person that suffers in silence, those are the ones, the quiet ones, they eat away and they waste more time.
Then they just disappear.
And that's the scary part. The scary part's the person who doesn't say anything and just operates. But they'll call themselves, they'll say that they're on point. And they don't want to be like those weirdos that are getting in the councils every night and getting checked about their attitude. I'd rather a person speak up about their problem than languish inside and not change what's inside of them and diminish inside every day. Yes, sis.
And it's also a question, you can end up losing your zeal for the Most High by not speaking out.
You'll lose your zeal because those thoughts that are inside of you will continue to eat away at you.
They're not going away.
And they'll eat away at your confidence, eat away at your outlook. And you, as a man thinketh, so is he. So if I'm not getting this information out in the public, the scripture says iron sharpens iron. So you need to get the information out so your thoughts can be sharpened. It's not the iron, it's your thoughts are being sharpened. Your thoughts and your emotions are being cleaned up to where you can actually learn how to look at things the right way. Because most of us have thoughts that go through our mind and we can't properly spiritually process it. We might be able to process it, but how we process things turns the outlook negative. You got to get things out so teachers or your husband can help process the thinking, so you can learn to train yourself how to have clear thoughts in the scriptures.
Now imagine if you have an issue trusting people, and then you already have a problem processing.
And you don't talk.
And you don't talk.
That's a triple whammy.
That's a triple whammy. Man.
That's a triple damn whammy. Because all you're gonna do is read on your own. But the problem is, what good is reading if you have a faulty processor?
Right.
I've seen a lot of guys read, but if my outlook is messed up and I have problems processing information and seeing it in a pure light, I'm just gonna keep reading information and keep developing skewed mindsets.
That's like a mechanic that he has a car that is sometime, and he keeps trying to do his own thing without a book, without some kind of guide to help him, and his car drives a little bit. He's like, okay, I fixed it, and it breaks down again. You're never gonna get anywhere.
Okay.
Things gonna keep breaking down.
You need other people to help bring about clarity, so you can. Half the issue is learning how to process things spiritually, process your thoughts spiritually, process your emotions spiritually. Is everybody has different negative thoughts that they battle, and the crazy thing is this: for every one of us, where we're weak at is where our blind spot is. We can't even see it. You don't have clarity in your weakness. You're not supposed to. And that's why you need the teachers and counselors to help get you to see where your blind spot is and help teach you how to go against those thoughts you hold inside.
One more point. And it's very similar to like computers, right? You have certain different eras of computers. You have the dial-up era. You have the era where the things are, in the sky, Wi-Fi era. You have era where you have different chips that process at certain speeds. It's like cell phones. You have the flip phone. You have the beeper. Then you have the smartphone, the first smartphones. You have the next generation phones. The spiritual, the mentality of the Most High, I should be evolving or not getting stuck in 95.
That shouldn't be a brick phone?
I shouldn't be a brick phone in the spirit. In the spirit.
You that big one like that?
I'm like this in the spirit.
Yeah.
This in the past.
Hello?
This worked in the past. Shalom, huh? Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai
That
Barakatah.
battery only lasts 30 minutes. Now.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know if anybody remember the brick phone.
Yeah.
Oh,
That battery was out in 30 minutes.
that's horrible.
It was back in the day.
Yeah, the
that
external battery
phone.
pack. Yeah, the
Suitcase
Yeah,
like
the suitcase with the battery in it, just to plug it up.
Yeah.
And then you could only make like 2 calls and be like, no, you can't run my minutes up.
Yeah.
Minutes were a real issue back then on the phones. Right? It's so funny. Right?
And it was effective for that time period. But now it's like, listen, bro, that brick phone is not going to apply. That it does the job, but it's not sufficient. So are we the same way in the spirit? Are we primitive? Are we outdated? Or are we current?
We have to continue to be current. Work on being current. What you gonna say?
The rest of that scripture, when he said iron sharpen iron, it says, so is sharpened the countenance of his friend.
Okay.
And the definition of countenance was support, aid, or favor in promoting and maintaining a person or cause.
Because his countenance is his outlook. It's how he or she thinks. And that's why it's so important that how we process information is dealt with. And this is where man's pride gets in the way. Because men don't want to let you know how they think. Brothers don't want you to see how faulty their engineering is.
Oh, they'll say
how faulty their wiring is.
That's how you do it. That ain't how I do it.
And that's the point. Because you don't want somebody to see how faulty your wiring is.
Right.
You got the blue wire going into the green wire section. You don't want nobody to see how the wires are going like this and how a brother has to sit back and rework your outlook.
Yeah.
We all are faulty in some way. And our outlooks we have these schisms that we have that we hold on to from our youth, and we don't want people to see them. Half the battle is we play this cat and mouse game. You don't let nobody see where we're faulty at.
It's pride.
It is. It's all pride. And I don't want nobody to see where the cuckoo bugs are at. And that's the truth. We're all crazy in our own way. I'm not knocking anybody. We're all faulty and sick in one way or the other. And the challenge is how to hide the crazy. Because that's what the word teaches you. The word teaches you to hide the crazy. And when the little crazy come out, like, that was nothing. There was no crazy here. Nothing going on here. Look over there. Listen, everybody. And that's what everybody's fighting to hide.
Or sis be like, let me come over your house. Oh, it ain't clean, sis. It ain't. But you supposed to be on point though.
Yeah.
You don't want nobody to look. You don't want to come over and look at the house and be like, God damn, this how you keep your house. Nasty as hell. You know what I'm saying? But that's that pride. Like I act like I got it together, but when you take a deeper look, you can see a person don't really have the shit together.
Exactly.
They don't have it together.
And the challenge, it's the big challenge to keep these false narratives out.
Yeah.
So everybody's this mighty potent Israelite. No, they're not. I know we're playing Jew until we get to the problems. How about that? We have all the fringes and the fancy outfits. That's all costume stuff. It's costume party stuff. You see brothers in the costume party. Shalom, Yehovah, Shalom, Yahushua, brother. I got swords on me. What are you doing? We're in the damn medieval times. Get out of here with this stuff. Can we get to the real man? The real person? Can we get past all the garbs and the huge belts and the biggest boots in the world and the spikes and all that stuff?
Chainmail.
Yeah, I want chainmail armor, get the head. Like, what are we doing? We're that gangster in the spirit. My point is this: I'm not knocking our garments. Most of the time about wearing our beautiful garments. Not knocking it, but I know how people get. We'll be so much into the outer, and they won't let you into the inner. See what's really inside you. Because that's what this is about. That's what true growth and rehabilitation comes from. Let's get past the pleasantries and the curtsy, smile, wave.
Embarrassed.
And people can't get past that and deal with the problems.
Right.
And that's the point. But that's how you get fixed. And everything David is talking about is about working from the inside out. Because that is how you deal with transparency. The quicker you bring out the flaw, the quicker the flaw can be rehabilitated and we can all move on and be potent. But as we hide and tiptoe around it, you're just prolonging the sickness. Okay.
We're in verse 25. So.
Let's go. 2 Samuel 22, 25.
2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 25. Therefore the Most High have recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his sight.
Exactly. So once again, this is how the Most High rates us. You get blessed based on how clean he looks at you and how clean he rates you.
Not how clean you look at yourself.
And then if you take that concept, how clean he looks at you, then you take the verse in Matthew about how he wants usury. So he wants additional growth. So just because you might operate at this level at this time, and you're clean at this time, he wants you to be cleaner the next time he evaluates you. And then the next time he evaluates you, you have to constantly be cleaner. Or you're not going to get the blessings that you expect. This is how he operates. The quicker we can understand this, we can learn the Most High and accept the path he's taking us on. Read on.
Okay. Verse 26. With the merciful, thou wilt show thyself merciful.
Okay.
And with the upright man, thou wilt show thyself upright.
So he's still judging you off the different elements of your spirit that you need to work on. If it's mercy you're working on, you're growing in mercy, he's going to show you more mercy. If it's patience you're working on, he's going to be more patient with you. If there's love and joy in what you do, he's going to have more joy and love in working with you. Your blessings are a reflection on what you're working on inside of yourself. That's the truth. If you're judgmental and you ain't gone over, and if you haven't gotten over your judgmental nature, then he's going to be judgmental towards you. He even tells you that in the damn New Testament.
Can you say your blessing is a reflection
of what you're trying to change in yourself and how much you've changed it. And you had to go back on the tape for that one, man. We admitted. I know I didn't say it right. Like I tried that. It's literally the second
Our
hour.
blessings are a reflection of the things we change in ourselves.
Okay, that's more than likely than what I said. But it was the second hour on the tape. Because I know I didn't say it right. I tried it. It was hour 2 is where it's at. Huh?
Our blessings are a reflection of the things you change in you. That's what I remember.
That was better than what I said. I know I didn't say it the same time, man. You know when you're flowing, it just comes out, and I gotta rewind it. I'm like, man, I don't know what the hell I just said. It just came out potent. Anyway, that doesn't mean I didn't know what I was saying. I was just going. I'm reading. You get it. You get what I'm saying. So this is where we're at. He said, with the merciful thou will show thyself mercy. And with the upright man, thou wilt show thyself upright. Listen, we can go through all the fruits of the Spirit and take that same concept on. With all the things we work on in ourselves, he will reward us based on what we're changing in ourselves. But is mercy ever quantifiable? There's always greater levels of mercy that we can ascend to. There's always other levels of uprightness we can always work towards.
Man, that's amazing. That explains so much. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. What you say?
That explains so much, like in Judges, throughout the scriptures. Like the real issue is we just didn't want to commit to the change in ourselves, and that's why it was so much work, the burden of the Lord. Because it's my life is a reflection of what I'm willing to change in me.
Huh?
And that's work, man.
The burden of the Lord. You know why? Because people say change is a burden. Right. Constantly living your life, changing and altering your nature is a burden. Because that's what he's saying. Even in verse 24, he says, I was also upright before him and have kept myself from mine iniquity. David was like, every day of my life I kept myself from my nature. He committed himself to going against his nature. Because all of us, are the flesh inside of us is the nature in us. We was born with good and negative. And can we accept that our life is based upon breaking that nature in us? What's naturally in you? Can I accept that I naturally have these negative things inside of me? And every day of my life, I got to go against these negative tendencies. And based on how well I go against these negative tendencies will determine my reward. And the law is the foundation of understanding that battle. But really the battle is it's learning the law and using all the experience you got from that to keep fueling yourself, to keep working on the other things inside of you. That's why the law is your schoolmaster. It's your basic foundation of how to learn how to trust the Most High. Then we get the trigonometry, is breaking that flesh in you. Anyway, let's continue. We're in 2 Samuel 22 and 27, right?
26.
Yeah.
We didn't finish the upright part.
Okay.
Verse 26. With the merciful thou wilt show thyself merciful, and with the upright man thou wilt show thyself upright.
Yep.
With the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the froward thou wilt show thyself unsavory.
Froward means disobedient.
Right.
So with the disobedient person, he's not going to respond to you very well. All I'm saying is based off all he's going over multiple categories that we're responsible to inventory in ourselves. And based on how well we're on top of all of these inventory aspects of ourselves will determine our blessing. And David understood this. He was way ahead of his time with working on what was inside of himself. He was truly ahead of his time. Read on.
Verse 28. And the afflicted people thou wilt save.
The afflicted people thou wilt save. You can take this on a multiple tangents. The afflicted people are the Jews, right? And the afflicted people are the people who live their life every day going against their nature, being uncomfortable. Because when you sit back here and you're breaking yourself every single day, you're choosing a life of discomfort. You're choosing a life of affliction. Because what else is self-denial but affliction? That's why it says the meek shall inherit the earth. The afflicted people will inherit the earth. The ones who choose to deny themselves their whole life. And it doesn't say he that loses life shall gain his life? Shall find it? What do you mean lose? What am I losing? I'm losing the comforts and pleasure of this world. And I'm choosing affliction. The outside dies daily, but the inward is renewed. So the Most High saves the individuals who are afflicted in the flesh, who choose to be afflicted in the flesh, and who choose to put themselves last. He saves them. Read on.
And the afflicted people thou wilt save, but thine eyes are upon the haughty, that thou mayest bring them down.
Mosiah, his eyes are fixated on the proud, the ones who can't be taught nothing, the ones that can't listen, that are unbendable, they don't want to be adjusted. The proud, the haughty ones are the ones who don't want to be uncomfortable. Because all humility is about accepting discomfort, accepting change. The proud don't want to accept change.
Is that like crosshairs?
Well, he's just saying that he's with the people who choose a life of discomfort, who are humble enough to submit themselves to these disciplines, and he's against the ones who go against the platform of having to follow and change.
Just one verse on that, Psalms 12:3 and 4, on that point about the Most High being against those that don't want to change.
Psalms chapter 12.
Listen, David's dropping it out. Psalms what? 12 and 3?
12 and 3 and 4. Read that.
Psalm chapter 12, verse 3. The Most High shall cut off all flattering lips.
But he's going to tell you what way are they flattering. Read.
And the tongue that speaketh proud things.
So what is the flattering lips and what is the proud speak that speaketh proud things? What are some of the things that they say? Read on.
Who have said, with our tongue will we prevail.
It says, with our own tongue we will what?
we prevail.
It says, with our own tongue will we prevail. That means what? That means I'm going to do things my way, and my way is going to work. I'm not gonna get no alternatives.
Nope.
I don't need no second opinions. It's my position, my stance, my approach, my method, the way I do things. I'm gonna execute my will, and it's gonna work. The most I say, you gotta smash that mouth. You gotta smash that mouth in that person that speaks in a fashion that they feel like that their way is gonna work. Read on.
With our tongue will we prevail. Our lips are our own.
He said, I don't need nobody speaking for me. He said, my lips is my own, meaning I don't need anybody putting words in my mouth.
And the lips are connected to your consciousness.
Yep.
You're speaking based on how you think and how you look at things. It ain't like your mouth has its own mind. No, your mouth is speaking and communicating based on how you process things.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Read on.
Who is Lord over us?
I don't need nobody over us. I don't need nobody over me. I don't need anybody telling me what to do. I know how to speak. I know how to execute. I know how to talk. I know how to perform. I know how to work. I know how to study. I know how to get right. I don't need no help. I don't need no help. I don't need nobody telling me what to do. That the Most High said that person's mouth got to get cut off. That mouth got to get smashed. You had a question, sis?
It's kind of in a sense of like a child that you're trying to direct, but they're like, I don't need nothing. I don't need my parents. I can do it on my own.
Many of us do that. Men, women, and child do that.
They grow up after a certain period of time. I mean, as a child, that mean just repent. As an adult, I can just keep that spirit going.
A man, woman, and child does that, but the way that they go about doing it is different. Like, for example, the way an adult does it is by saying, these are trigger words to let you know that pride is evident. These are trigger words. When they say things like, I don't need your help.
Yep.
I don't need your advice. I got it.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I know.
Yeah, I know. When they use,
I know.
Yeah.
God.
I know.
I feel.
Yeah.
I know.
I know. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
I am. I feel. I know.
All these are trigger words for pride.
Yep.
They let you. That's to let you know that there's pride already intermingled in that mouth.
Those I words.
Yeah.
I am. I feel, I know.
Yeah.
Every word.
I got it.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
I got it. I know. I feel. I am.
As soon as somebody says that out their mouth, pride is present. And the Most High got to go ahead and smash that pride so they can say, okay, help me. Water. Here you go.
Off the water.
Thank you.
So I just want to bring that out to show how the Most High is not, he's against that. And that's what David, that's why David understands who the Most High dwells with and who he doesn't dwell with. He dwells with those that have that humility and that acceptance of, I need help. That's what the Most High, we can let that go in Psalms.
Okay, so let's get back in 28.
Verse 28.
Mm-hmm.
And the afflicted people thou wilt save, but thine eyes are upon the haughty.
The Most High's eyes are upon the pride, on the prideful person. Read on.
That thou mayest bring them down. But thou art my lamp.
But he's just telling you that, listen, the ones that submit themselves to the affliction, he's with them. The ones who just don't want to listen and want to do it their way, his eyes, he's fixated on bringing them down for what purpose? So they can learn.
Yeah.
And the thing is, sometimes people got to go do it their way, it not work, they fall down so they can come back and learn. The purpose isn't to destroy forever. The purpose is you're going to waste time doing it your way. When you're tired of wasting your time and you're exhausted, then you come back and you do it the right way.
That's if you got time left.
That's if you got time left. But that's the mind. That's how the Most High works. And he says he's fixated on them. And he got something handcrafted for everybody that don't want to listen. Let's keep going.
Okay. For thou art my lamp, O Lord, and the Most High will lighten my darkness.
It's that simple. The Most High's way, the pursuing of him, he is that light that you follow when everything else is dark around you. Read on.
For by thee I have run through a
With
troop.
the Most High's strength, with the Most High's confidence, he was able to sit back and all his military exploits, he credited to the Most High. Read on.
By my power have I leaped over a wall. As for the Most High, his way is perfect. The word of the Most High is tried.
He says, the Most High's way is perfect. His word is tried. Our word and our opinion is not.
Right. Okay.
How we do things is full of holes, is not tried and true. The Most High's way is tried and true. So we're like, why are you going to follow another way besides the one tried and true method?
Like it's tested. It's been proved.
It's exactly. That's why you're supposed to have the trust in it. Read on. We trust in unproven opinions, unproven feelings, unproven motivations.
So we're reading about the fruit right now. So we have our own opinion from this random person on the street.
Or ourselves.
Okay, right.
That we think it should be this way.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But let's keep going.
You know, because the scriptures say knowledge puffeth up.
Come.
And the more we learn, the more we think we know.
Come. Come.
Matter of fact, I'm going to finish this in Proverbs 12. We just came from it. It says, the words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times.
Yeah.
It says, so the Most High's word is that pure, like that purified, multi-dipped silver that's been in a furnace where all the impurities have been burnt off of it.
Yep.
All the nickel and the iron and
Other metals.
All these things have been burned off of it. So this is actually the pure substance of silver.
Yeah.
He said all of our ways and all of our methods are corroded. The only pure way and only pure method is the Most High's method. And that's his way of doing things. That's his word.
Huh?
Our way is not pure. I was like, we got that flea market silver.
It ain't .925. It ain't that out.
They call it costume jewelry. That's what we got.
Oh
We
yeah.
got costume
That turns green on your neck.
Yeah, you can't wear it. You can't sweat. Just acid from your body, just tarnish it.
Gross.
Yeah.
Pure grossness, yo.
It leak on your white shirt.
It leaks. If jewelry leaks, that's
You got like green residue on the chain.
you got to throw the shirt and the chain away.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
You're like, why you got a rash on your neck?
Oh man, that's horrible. That's horrible. But yeah, that's a real thing. That's like childhood act.
Yeah.
You give a childhood flash like,
Yeah. You got the chain with the damn not the paper clip connected it, but the damn safety pin. With the safety pin connected to it.
That's crazy. You gotta just go necklace, go without a necklace then. We gonna be like that. Let's keep going.
Verse 31. As for the Most High, his way is perfect. The word of the Most High is tried. He is a buckler to all of them that trust in him.
Mm-hmm. Read on.
For who is the Most High? Save the Most High. And who is a rock save our power? The Most High is my strength and power. And he maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms.
When you look at that bow of steel, the word is like brass. When you go into Hebrew, it's brass. He was able to sit back and break brass with his hands. He's just showing the power of the Most High and that he can do anything with the Most High's guidance and protection. Continue.
Verse 36. Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation.
Listen, the Most High is our shield of salvation. He is our shield and buckler. He is our protection. So when you talk about the Star of David, it's really the shield of David. Or when people talk about the shield of David is the Most High. Here's what we understand. The shield of David is the Most High. Okay, let's continue.
Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy gentleness hath made me great. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, so that my feet did not slip. I pursued mine enemies.
You know what the crazy thing is? And I've experienced my whole life. If you're living right, you don't have to be perfect in what you do, and he'll still protect you. Listen when he says, thou hast enlarged my steps under me, so that my feet did not slip. You know, when you're sitting back here, you have to be careful and you have to step on the rock this way or you're going to slip. He's giving you a little room for error. He gives you wiggle room when he's got your back. When you're doing things the right way, he'll give you wiggle room and space to where you don't have to be absolutely perfect in your tactical decision making. Put it that way. A lot of times we're doing things the right way, and if you're living right and you're on point, and you might be your idea of doing something might be slightly flawed, if you're on point with him, he'll give you that little space so that you're not going to slip in your endeavors. Does that make sense? Because sometimes for people who are over analytical, they'll stress themselves out about the details. Okay, we're going to do this. What about this? What if that happens? What if that happens? He's going to give you the wiggle room so stop overthinking things. He'll give you some space. He enlarged my steps, meaning I can take this step, and if I can sit back here and step here, and I still won't fall. I can step here and I still won't fall, because he's looking after me.
So you're not walking on a tightrope.
I'm not this balled up tight. I don't know. I gotta be perfect. The Most High's gonna destroy me. You don't gotta operate that level of tension and doubt and fear. He gives you space.
Because I've convinced the Most High that no matter what happens, I'm going to continue to pursue. No matter what happens, I'm still malleable.
So if I'm not perfect in my strategy, he's going to look after me.
He'll look out. I'm going to look out. He made a mistake. He skipped a step. He had a flaw, but he can take his correction. Mm-hmm. And he will down the line go ahead and fix it. I know you're going to fix it, son, so yes. Cool. Just keep the malleability, keep the moldability, and keep the spirit of humility and pursuance. Now deal with you.
Sister had a hand.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who had a hand?
She had a hand. I had that one.
Well, I was going to ask, back in verse 34,
okay.
It says, "You're making my feet like hinds feet."
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
He's making me swift. A hind's feet is fast, like a deer.
Okay.
Is quick and explosive. The Most High talked about Gad as like having hinds feet too. So we're just talking about speed and agility. He was just talking about physical abilities, because even verse 33 is like, he's made my strength and my power perfect. Then he says, I'm able to sit back here and run. I'm able to sit back and teach my hands to war. He's setting me in high places. He's allowed me to sit back here. He's talking about earlier about running through a troop. He's talking about how the Most High has been there for him physically, spiritually, the whole nine.
So just in general, enhance strength.
Yes, and He is my strength. He
And
is the
Most High
reason I
sustains the
have
righteous.
what I have.
The Most High sustains the righteous through exertion. Listen. For years of sacrifice for the Most High, He'll preserve your youth.
Yes.
He'll preserve your youth. He'll preserve your mind.
Yes.
You gotta think about so many damn problems. Like, damn, I should. But you keep thinking about problems
Awesome.
through the practice of thinking about problems. He gonna preserve your mind. Through the practice of having to exert yourself for the body, He gonna maintain your youth. Through the practice of sitting here and being humble, He gonna maintain your sharpness and sensitivity with certain issues.
That's what 26 said. With the merciful, thou wilt show thyself merciful. So if I'm giving my mind to counsel and I'm dedicated to that, He's going to keep preserving me in that arena because I'm giving my mind to that.
Yeah.
And I'm malleable and adaptable in those arenas. And the arenas I'm adaptable at, He's going to keep blessing me to keep doing more of the same thing.
It's like riding a bike. Riding a bike is awkward. Oh, I'll give you an example. Bouncing a basketball. It feels very awkward if you haven't done it in a year or 6 months or even 3 or 4 weeks. But if you're constantly exercising that muscle memory, you're constantly in this position where you're having to dribble, then it becomes second nature. So if you're constantly in a rhythm with the Father of humility, counsel, reading, study, I got problems. Even if it's a big problem or a small problem, I keep the same rhythm. Then it's not going to be a real problem. He'll preserve you because you maintain your rhythm. It's like running. I run like once every year, right? I'm gonna sit here. Oh, I gotta be strong for the brothers. The brother can't see me all week. I'm going crazy. Like, I'm gonna vomit. I can't do it for the brothers. I could have just been exercising once a week. I could have been every couple of days maintaining my rhythm. It had to be so extreme. When we feel like we're extreme events show you that you haven't been practicing. You haven't been studying.
Yeah.
You haven't been praying. You haven't been working on your spirit. If it's this big of a problem, that means what have you been doing? Why do you wait for eviction to get right? Why do we wait for car crashes to get right? Why do we wait for extreme divorces and breakdowns to get right? We need to work on maintain the same mechanics and rhythm in the many emergencies we have in our life. That way it's not like He's preserving you through the miniature emergencies, the miniature inconveniences. Those are exercise points for your spirit. He maintains your spirit, your hinds feet, your strength, your abilities. He's maintained that through your life pattern, your lifestyle.
And this is David giving all the credit of all his abilities to the Most High.
Yep.
Instead of making it about him. Because he was a great warrior. So instead of sitting back here and talking about the strength of my hands, I took out these Philistines.
Yep.
With my speed, I was able to climb over this wall. With my ability, I was able to do this. He's like, the Most High gave me all of this ability. Most High is giving me this talent. It's just the Most High giving him props for everything he's gotten in himself. Okay? Thought one? You had a question? 37 again.
Verse 37. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, so that my feet did not slip.
Exactly. So He's given us a little wiggle room. He's going to look after us. We don't have to be absolutely perfect because He knows our heart is there. Our intentions are pure. Read on.
I have pursued mine enemies and destroyed them, and turned not again until I had consumed them. And I have consumed them and wounded them, that they could not arise. Yea, they are fallen under my feet. For thou hast girded me with strength to battle.
So He's still giving the Most High honor for his victories. He's giving the Most High honor for everything that's worked out right in his life. He's giving the Most High that glory. Read on.
He's made it a habit to praise the Most High in all types of trouble.
It's like I did it, but it was through the Most High.
Exactly. And in keeping that mindset keeps his connection to the Most High. It doesn't make it about him. Read on.
Them that rose up against me hast thou subdued under me. Thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I may destroy them that hate me. They looked, but there was none to save, even unto the Most High, but he answered them not. Then did I beat them as small as the dust of the earth. I did stamp them as the mire of the street, and did spread them abroad. Thou hast also delivered me from the strivings of my people. Thou hast kept me to be the head of the heathen.
So he said, even the Most High kept me together when the nation was trying to turn against me and remove me by having Absalom be there. You were there through this whole situation. Read on.
A people which I knew not shall serve me. Strangers shall submit themselves unto me. As soon as they hear, they shall be obedient unto me. Strangers shall fade away, and they shall be afraid out of their closed places. The Most High liveth, and blessed be my rock, and exalted be the Most High, the power of the rock of my salvation. It is the Most High that avengeth me, and that bringeth down the people under me, and that bringeth me forth from my enemies. Thou also hast lifted me up on high above them that rose up against me. Thou hast delivered me from the violent man. Therefore I will give thanks unto thee, O the Most High, among the heathen, and I will sing praises unto thy name. He is the tower of salvation for his king, and showeth mercy to his anointed, unto David, and to his seed forevermore.
So this, you know, even as you read, we're not as poetic as David, but if we can sit back and take the context of it and understand how we have to be conscious and pray to the Most High, we can practice and use this as a good template to pray to the Most High also. You know, for me, I know I need to sit back and get better at elongating my prayers and doing it more consistently and taking the time to be more clear and thorough about all the blessings the Most High has given me. I think all of us can sit back here and work on that.
And what it sounds like, even listening to his prayers, is that within the substance of his prayers, he's showing you how dependent that he's become on leaning on the Most High.
Yes.
And then that's what also propels our prayers to that level, is when we've grown to be dependent upon the Most High and the Most High only. Yeah. And then we can turn around and praise the Most High with the multitude of prayers, because then we can see, look at how many times the Most High has done this. Look at how many times the Most High has been there for me. Look how many times that I was in a pinch where my back was against the wall, my enemies was in front of me, and the Most High spared me. So he's showing us a template, like you said, of becoming dependent on the Most High for everything, not just our own strength or our own ability, because he didn't give himself any credit in this.
Okay, so let's get chapter 23 and 1.
2 Samuel chapter 23, verse 1. Now these be the last words of David the son of Jesse, said, and the man who was raised up on high, the anointed of the power of Jacob, and the sweet psalmist of Israel said.
So this is his last words. This is as he has gotten older, and he's about to sit back here and give up his power and position. These are just last stories that are kind of getting put together about the exploits of the great men that he worked up under. Okay, so let's continue.
Verse 2. The Spirit of the Most High spake by me, and his word was in my tongue. The power of Israel said, the rock of Israel spake to me. He that ruleth over men must be just, ruling in the fear of the Most High.
God.
And he shall be as the light of the morning when the sun riseth, even a morning without clouds, as the tender grass.
No, read that. Listen, read verse 3 again.
Okay. Verse
then
3.
Verse 4.
The power of Israel said, the rock of Israel spake to me. He that ruleth over men must be just, ruling in the fear of the Most High.
So listen, he's explaining, at least initially, before we get into the mighty men. Verse 3 and 4 he says the person that rules has to rule in just and in the fear of the Heavenly Father. But he's going to explain how a person is even capable of ruling or leading the people. Read verse 4.
Verse 4. And he shall be as the light of the morning, when the sun riseth, even a morning without clouds.
We have to operate as a morning without clouds. What does that mean? Leadership has to be clear-minded. There can't be hazy in the mind. They can't be bogged down with doubt and fear and pride and lust and all type of stuff that clouds judgment. You can't sit back here and judge rightly or properly if you're clouded in the mind. if you have a bunch of things pulling on you, if we're going to be greater husbands and greater leaders, that means I can't have all these fleshly battles pulling on me. I can't have a bunch of morning clouds interrupting my thought pattern and my spiritual clarity. Because if I have to operate and judge things right from wrong, how can you judge things right from wrong when you're full of crap in your mind? When you can't keep your mind and your thoughts pure. So this is what he's saying. We have to operate like a morning without clouds. Read on.
As the tender grass springing out of the earth by clear shining after rain.
You know what that means? It's unimpeded growth. Unimpeded growth. Because you don't listen. The grass grows even faster after, especially in San Antonio. You got this heat, this fire heat, and you got these storms, and all of a sudden the grass just sprouts up. It's pure. The growth is clear. It's pure, and there's nothing impeding the growth. That's what this is talking about. Read on.
Verse 5. Although my house be not so with the Most High, yet he hath made me an everlasting covenant, ordered in all things and sure. For this is all my salvation and all my desire, although he make it not to grow.
Read verse 5 again.
Although my house be not so with the Most High, yet he hath made me with an everlasting covenant.
He said, my whole house isn't as dedicated to the Most High as I am. But I'm still in order. He said, although my house be not so with the Most High. Everybody in my household isn't as dedicated to the Most High as I am. Everybody in my family isn't as dedicated to the Word as I am.
That's important to know because...
And that's why I stopped and repeated that.
Because people are like, if my family doesn't do it, I'm not going to do it. If I don't get support from the people close to me, I'm not going to do it. You got to do it because the Most High called you.
Huh. He's just saying, all of my family, all of my brothers aren't as dialed in as I am. All of my children aren't as dialed in as I am. How you even reading Jeremiah? Hold this and go to Jeremiah 3 and 14.
Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 14. Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Most High, for I am married unto you.
Well, listen, we're married to the Most High. We're his wife. Read on.
And I would take you one of a city and two of a family.
He's only going to take two of a family at the most of the time. He's just saying, everybody, you're not going to have everybody from your family get into this world and this walk and be potent. It's just not a normal thing. Read on.
And I will bring you to Zion.
Let that go. Go back to verse 5.
2 Samuel 23 and 5. Although my house be not so with the Most High, yet he hath made me with an everlasting covenant, ordered in all things and sure. For this is all my salvation and all my desire, although he make it not to grow.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's saying also is, when you look at David's household, with the death, the murder between the family members, the incest between family members, he's saying, although he didn't have the perfect household situation, he didn't let that affect the fact that his faith was less than what it should have been because his household wasn't perfect.
Exactly. All facts.
Because sometimes people will say, well, my house is not better than your house, so the Most High don't love me. I don't got the best household situation. It's easier for you to say it because you have this going on in your house, or you got the people in your house in order, or David was saying, listen, man, my house is not perfect.
It ain't perfect.
But that doesn't mean my perspective towards the Most High isn't perfect. And that's what mattered. It wasn't his personal household situation. It was not perfect whatsoever.
None of ours is. How about that one?
Yeah.
But also, will that also be like if your household, if David's household isn't perfect, everybody in his household, are we solely responsible for our own salvation?
I can't.
Okay. When you said, are we responsible for our own salvation if our household isn't perfect?
Right. So if only one person in the household is uphold with the Most High, and everybody still kind of in the left hand, kind of. But at the end of the day, like, we're still responsible for our own salvation, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Think about this. Think about David's sons Amnon and Absalom and everything that they did. Right? Now, if David didn't sin with Bathsheba and kill Uriah, would they have died?
No.
They wouldn't have died. But they still would have been negative. They would have still had the negative inclination in their head. So you know what the crazy thing is? If we do right and we live right, the Most High will still spare them to a degree and protect them to a degree. David's sins were imputed on his children. If we live right and we stay upright, we at least can buy some protection for our family. Now what their salvation is going to be at the end is up to them. But we bust our tail to make sure our children have at least some mercy on them.
That's why Job prayed for his children in advance, just in case they would sin, just in case they made a mistake or they spoke against the Most High loosely, and made sacrifices for his children, in advance, just in case they spoke out of line. Yes.
So if a house isn't perfect, are you supposed to take that knowledge and use it to extend patience for others, or to sit back and demand more of them so the house can undertake right?
What do you mean?
Like, would you end up extending more patience for the other members of the household?
Well,
They can sit back and have the time to get right, or should you sit back and be on them a bit more and be on them to be more about the household?
It depends on what role you're playing in the household.
Yep.
Because everybody has a role to play in the household. There's still order in the household. There's still a tone and a pace that the leader of the house, which is the father of the house, sets, and the mother endorses and backs up, and the children fall in line and follow. So that there's still an order of operation.
Yep.
So as long as that order of operation is respected, then if this is the order, the direction that the father's taking the household, then it's for that family to fall in line and get in order, for the rest of the family to get in order. Otherwise, you got strife, and you got contention, and you got debate, and then you got arguments. So in order for the success, because no house is going to be perfect. No house is perfect. No house is perfect. But that doesn't mean the Most High is not perfect. There's still, what David is saying, the Most High's promises is what he used to keep him strong. Even though the Most High didn't deliver him a perfect, everlasting house at that moment, because his house wasn't everlasting. His children, he watched his children, they buried his kids. But he still knows the Most High had set up something greater later. And for that reason alone, that kept David, just to go there a little bit, go to 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 24 real quick. 2 Samuel chapter 7 and verse 24.
2 Samuel chapter 7 and verse 24.
Start at verse 24.
For thou hast confirmed to thyself thy people Israel, to be a people unto thee forever.
So what is David knowing right here? David knows that the Most High said that his people Israel is always going to be his people. That's never going to change. He's always going to love his people Israel. Read on.
And thou, the Most High, art become their power.
And he's always going to be their power, their source of strength, if they stay plugged in and tied into the Heavenly Father. Read on.
And now, O Lord power, the word that thou hast spoken concerning thy servant, and concerning his house.
He says, now regarding my house, David just acknowledged that the Most High will always be a power and a source of strength and a supporter of the nation of Israel. As long as they do right. He says, but now he's looking at it on a micro scale. Okay, I know how you feel about the children of Israel, but now I'm going to address my particular home situation. Now I'm going to address my particular household circumstance. Because everybody has a different circumstance in their house. But David now is praying to the Most High regarding his particular house, his particular family members, his particular loved ones. Read on.
Establish it forever.
He says, I'm begging you to establish my particular house forever. He knows how the Most High feels about the children of Israel as a whole, but now he's narrowing it down and asking the Most High for special provision to look over his particular house. Read on.
Establish it forever.
But is it the children of Israel or is his house?
His house.
He's talking about his house. He's asking the Lord to establish his house, his own personal possessive house, his own address in Jerusalem. Read on.
And do as thou hast said.
Go ahead.
And let thy name be magnified forever.
Go ahead.
Saying, the Most High, the Lord of hosts is the power over Israel.
Go ahead.
And let the house of thy servant David be established before thee.
So he's asking the Most High to his name be magnified in Israel, and that the Most High establish David also. Read on.
For thou, O power of hosts, power of Israel, hast revealed to thy servant, saying, I will build thee an house.
He said, because you let it, you allowed me to build you a house, even though we know David actually didn't build the temple. David didn't build the temple. Who built the temple? Solomon built the temple. He said, but you know what? Even though you just promised me that, I'm gonna ride with you because of your promises. I'm gonna stay in order with you because even though I may not see or witness this temple, because you promised it to me, and it's gonna come through my house, my lineage, my family line, I'm gonna praise you that much more. But not even though I haven't seen the end result of your hands, I'm still gonna stay in order with you and love you, even though I may not be the one to actually build that house, but it's through my children. And that's what David cared about. Not just about himself, but his family line, that they stay in order and still serve the Most High, even though we know it wasn't perfect. And that's why when we go back to 2 Samuel, when he says, even though in my house it wasn't so, meaning I didn't get a chance to watch you work through my children, at least I know you promised it to me, and that's good enough for me. But read on.
God. Therefore hath thy servant found in his heart to pray this prayer unto thee.
And it says, and for this reason alone is why I'm going to say this prayer to you. Even though I may not be the one you're using, but you're using someone within my house to keep this thing going. Read on.
And now, O Lord power, thou art that power, and thy words be true, and thou hast promised this goodness unto thy servant. Therefore now let it please thee to bless the house of thy servant.
And he says, let it for, that's why he says, for this reason is why I'm going to say this prayer right now. He says, not because you got it, you brought the blessing to my hand, but that you're going to use my children, and that you're going to use my lineage. Go ahead.
Bless the house of thy servant, that it may continue forever before thee. For thou, O Lord power, hast spoken.
He said, that's why I'm going to ask you and praise you that you let my house go forever. That's what David was praying for. I'm praying that you work with my household forever. That you don't abandon my children. That you don't abandon my family. It wasn't just for the children of Israel as a whole. He was talking about his own particular posterity.
Because that was the first thing the Most High did to Saul. Remember way back in 1 Samuel when he was supposed to wait for Samuel? And he couldn't wait for him. He chose not to wait for him. He was delivering the altars and sacrifice, the job the priest was supposed to do. And then Samuel said, what the hell are you doing? Because you sinned today, your sons won't be on the throne. You just gave up your son's posterity because of this decision. Because every father wanted their sons and their sons' sons and their generations to sit back and have the opportunity to prosper and get blessed and lead. That's what every man wants. I'm sorry, I just want to bring that point up.
No, that's perfect, because that's what David was praying for. Is that he acknowledges him and him and the Most High's relationship, but I'm praying for the future generation that come from my seed. That's what he was praying for. And he said, don't abandon them. Be with them forever. Establish them forever. So when we come back to what David's about to pass in 2 Samuel 23, he's acknowledging the fact that, you know what, I didn't have the best household situation, but you did promise me something. You did promise me that you're gonna be there for my children. And David was saying, that's good enough for me. That's what he was saying. That's good enough for me, for the fact that I know that you're not gonna abandon my kids. That you're not gonna abandon my posterity. My children. Right. That's what down the line, that's what he cared about.
But his sins messed that up.
And that's why he said, I know it wasn't so. Meaning my household wasn't perfect. But you know what it is? What is perfect? The fact that you made me a promise. David acquiring that promise from the Most High gave him peace of mind that he can die knowing that, you know what, I left my kids in a good place. Because I acquired a promise that I know the Most High is not going to forfeit. And he's not going to forsake, and he's not going to turn his back on. Look at what David acquired through his actions. He didn't achieve salvation, let's say, to the kingdom, But we know that through his lineage a king was going to come, which is Christ. You know what I'm saying? So look at the promise that the Most High of David obtained for his righteousness. He was able to put his kids and his later generation, even for the prosperity of the children of Israel, a king to come through his line. You know what I'm saying? So we looked at what David did acquire was an oath that the Most High was going to be with him, with his seed, and use him through his seed to bring about a Savior. So even if I don't see it, if I die before that happens, I at least can die with peace of mind knowing that the Most High is he's gonna keep it going, and I ain't got nothing to worry about. I don't have nothing to fear. I don't have anything to be afraid of. The Most High didn't abandon me. He didn't leave me hanging. So it's more so what mentality David is in before he dies. He can recognize that he put his household in a good place, and also he put his nation in a good place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what he's saying when he's saying this is in 2 Samuel 23.
Okay. So let's get 23 and
6.
Yeah.
2 Samuel chapter 23, verse 6.
Read verse 5 again.
Verse
I just want to
5.
make sure. I had a thought and I lost it. I just want to make sure this might spark it again. Read that again.
Verse 5. Although my house be not so with the Most High.
Oh. This is what I want to say. Kaya, on your point, being the son in the house, your responsibility is to lead from the front by your example. What I want to tell you is saying a bunch of things and sitting back here and talking to if it's your siblings. The best way to teach a person is from your conduct. If you see one of your siblings doing something wrong, show them through your actions how to do it better. If I am a proponent of the elder son leading from the front, and if you're going to sit back here and teach your brother something or your sister something, show them your conduct, your consistent day-to-day conduct, so they have a pattern and a template of how to operate. Communication and counseling comes from the father and the mother. They need to see you following, they need to see you being the spitting image of your father and mother. That's what they need to see. And following instruction and patterning how they do things. If there's going to be a sequencing and an ordering of the house, the brothers and sisters need to see you operate just like your father and mother. But if they see a schism between the father and the mother and issues there, then what are they going to follow? They need to see that you are operating and doing exactly how your father would be and how your mother would operate. That's what you have to do. You have to show the utmost of consistency and obedience. Then you're able to show your brothers and sisters how to operate. Then they have something, they have a younger version of your father to pattern themselves under. But having a mindset of thinking that something has to be done more, what has to be done first is the perfection of what your parents have set forth for you to do. You do that, then you know what? Your brothers and sisters have an instant example. All the counseling shouldn't be in your hands anyway. The counseling is in the hands of your father and your mother. And that's what it is.
Right.
And like I said, you don't need to be focusing on taking grown-up responsibilities. You need to focus on perfecting your conduct and your servitude to your parents. That's what they need to see.
Obedience.
Because if they don't see obedience from you, then why should they be obedient?
You set the tone. You set the pace for obedience. Because as soon as just like the spirit lusted in us to envy. That's what the scripture says. The spirit lusted in us to envy. As soon as your little brother see you get away with something, the first thing in their mind is, how come y'all let him get away with it?
Yep.
And how come I don't get away with it?
Or if they see you scrutinizing your parents, then what are they going to say? Then I can scrutinize my parents. If they see you finding fault in things, then they're going to find fault. They're going to find fault in you. You know, when we sit back here and tell brothers all the time, hey, listen, young men better learn how to follow. Because for all the things that you're scrutinizing the men over you about, there's going to be a man right up under you scrutinizing you.
Yep.
Just because you might be able to do something in one way better than another person, they're going to see all of your weaknesses and they're going to pinpoint on a consistent basis. So as a young man, we teach young men that they have to learn how to follow and be the best followers they can be. Because you can't lead unless you learn how to follow. You can't lead unless you learn how to serve. Once you learn how to serve, then you can learn how to lead.
The Most High said obedience is better than sacrifice.
Time.
So more than a person's opinion, the Most High wants to see, can you obey?
Time.
Because a lot of us got opinions, but that don't mean we can obey. Or we may have wise methods, but that don't mean we can follow. And that's why what's more important to the Most High is obedience.
Because that's the first teacher anyway. You have to teach a person how to follow before you can teach a person how to lead anyway.
Yeah.
That is the best advice you should take, is learning how to be a greater servant in your own home. Because that's what we teach men in our realm. Learn how to follow first before you add your opinion. Learn how something operates and works. Work it from the ground up. Let the Most High promote you. And then when the Most High promotes you, then you'll be ready to sit back here and operate.
Stop inserting and promoting yourself.
Exactly. That's what the Most High talks about in Matthew, about how you're supposed to be invited up by the King. You're not supposed to sit back here and push yourself to the higher seat. You wait to be called up. Then you sit back. Where's that verse?
To a feast?
Yeah, the feast. Maybe it's with the feast word. I'm trying to find a key word to connect. No, I said no. I want to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Oh.
The word feast might not be the key word in there.
Matthew 23:12.
Let me see. No, not that. Let me see. Let me see. Before I say no, it's another one.
Desire not the high seat or the chief.
1 Corinthians 10:27.
I don't think it's in Corinthians, man. We can check, but it's about not waiting to be promoting an elevator versus you inserting yourself.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm paraphrasing it.
Like Luke 14:8.
Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, I think this is it. Luke 14:8.
Luke chapter 14, verse 8.
Give me verse 6.
Luke chapter 14, verse 6. Verse 6.
Verse 7. I'm sorry.
Okay, verse 7. And he put forth a parable to those which were bitten, when he marked how they chose out the chief rooms, saying unto them, when thou art bitten of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bitten of him. And he that bade thee and him come and say to thee, give this man place, and thou begin with shame to take the lowest room.
Exactly. Read on.
But when thou art bitten, go and sit down in the lowest room. Then, when he hath bade thee cometh, he may say unto thee, friend, go up higher. Then shalt thou have worship in the presence of them that sit at meat with thee.
Even at verse 10, where it says to sit down at the lowest room, what that means is give yourself to the operations of a person that's at the lowest level.
Yeah.
Too many times we're trying to sit back here and jump to the highest positions and the most honorable and noteworthy positions instead of learning how to master operating as a servant.
You can't teach a man in that position because you never were in that position.
And you never mastered it.
Come.
Listen, the truth is I have seen men develop. The way the Most High honors it in the spirit is when you've given your all to being the best servant you can be. And while you're in the midst of being a servant and learning how to master servitude, somebody else will pull you up and say, it's time for you to do more. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be from your pushing and your maneuvering and your fighting, telling yourself that you're ready. That mindset, if I keep telling myself I'm ready, you're not ready. You're not ready because you haven't paid enough attention to the details of what it takes to be a servant before you're elevated. And that's the truth. We have to give ourselves to the lowest room, and that just means perfecting that position. And when you perfect that position, the Most High will elevate you and take you where you need to be. Somebody will pull you to that position. Yes, sir?
Ecclesiastes 3 and 7. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 7.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 7. He that feareth the Most High will honor his father.
It said, if I fear the Lord, I'll do what?
Honor his father.
I'll honor my father, but in what way? Read on.
And would do service.
And do what?
And would do service.
How do you honor your father?
And would do service.
You do service to your father. That means they give the orders and you execute the orders. That means you follow and be obedient to the instructions that they lay down.
Yep.
That's how the Most High looks at everything. Everybody plays a role, and the Most High is monitoring what role you play and how you play it.
And also how well of a servant. Listen, is a person looked upon as a good servant if they're critiquing their master?
No.
You're not a good servant if you're critiquing your master. A good servant learns how to serve and finds pleasure in servicing their master regardless of how their master operates. A servant doesn't have a what? An opinion. A servant doesn't have an opinion. Your opinion has nothing to do with you doing your job to serve your master or to serve your father. The only thing that matters is serving your father. You aren't in the picture. That's why a lot of us don't understand what servitude is. We don't even know how to serve. We don't know how to follow.
It's foreign.
It is, because we think servitude comes with an opinion, with your viewpoints. Your viewpoints don't mean nothing.
I'm inserting my will, and that's why I think it's servitude.
Well, we think servitude is you give me an order, but I go do it how I want to do it. That's what I'm saying.
That's not servitude.
Because I did what you told me to do, but I did it my way.
Exactly.
But that's not servitude.
That's not being a servant. A servant does what he's told, how he's told, when he's told, and he goes back home until he's bid it again. That's what a servant is. A servant doesn't have his own mind. How about that? Servant doesn't have his own opinion in mind.
Some people don't like being servants.
There you go.
And that's why the Most High told Saul that he's chosen one that's better than him, and he replaced him. He said because Saul had that mind frame of I do what I want to do,
and I want to pick and choose what aspect of servitude I want to give myself to.
That really is an example that in his initial leadership, what Saul did, because Samuel didn't come fast enough.
So I gotta sit back here. And
I'll start this beast myself.
Yep. It's good. But all I'm trying to explain, even in Leviticus chapter 25 and 55, the Moses says the children of Israel are servants unto me.
25 and 5.
But what is 25 and 55?
Okay.
What does that mean? Do we got to go? We might even have to go into servants. What a servant is, because a servant doesn't sit back here and have an opinion. The only thing that's on the servant's mind is the execution of orders, and the execution of the responsibilities of the father or the master. That's the only thing that matters. That is a good servant. When you sit back here in the slavery days, in the house, you know what? They were good servants. Why were they good servants? Remember that interview with Malcolm X when he was like, listen, when the master was sick, what the servant said? Is we sick? Is we sick? That's a good servant. It's bad. It sounds horrible. But a good servant is what?
From a spiritual perspective?
From a spiritual perspective.
From a revolutionary perspective?
I don't know. If revolution, you're a sellout.
Yeah.
But in a slave perspective, that's how you're supposed to be. Is the plantation in danger? Well, what are we gonna do about it, boss?
Yeah.
That mindset is what a servant is supposed to be.
The correct mind.
What do I have to do to keep this house going? What do I have to do to keep this system going? That is a good servant. A good servant. Well, you know what? The head boss in Candyland, he's doing a good thing. But you know what? We can make some adjustments out here in Candyland, make Candyland a greater place.
Or
ain't no good servant.
You can look at like the Japanese feudal era, where you have samurais and you have ronins. You have guys that I'm gonna sit here and this is the emperor.
You're going deep with the Ronin now. Okay, let's keep
going. Well, I gotta say
Ronin.
I'll just say
Ronin is the road guy.
Look, I'm sitting here and I am about the will of the emperor. And my life is in loyalty to the will of the emperor. And then you have that guy that he got the same skills. He just out there, bro. He out there.
He's
doing
wrong.
battle side. He's got.
He does it on his own.
He's doing his own thing, slaying people like. Go out there,
Because
got
he
his own
had an
mission.
opinion.
Yeah, listen.
He had an opinion, and he didn't like what the head guy was doing.
He's not a samurai. He has the skills of a samurai, but he's a Ronin. He's a renegade. Doing his own thing, slaying dragons and slaying people and out there fighting wars. He got skills. That's great. But he doesn't yield to a system.
And this is the thing, people don't like this type of conversation.
Come.
But you don't learn growth by severing yourself from your teacher.
Yeah.
You learn growth by being the greatest servant you can be.
Yeah.
And then once you have completed your training, then you sit back and say, this worked and this didn't work. You can't sit back here and scrutinize mid-training,
Right.
mid-servitude.
You haven't even learned the mind.
You ain't even done the whole, you haven't even finished your training to sit back and determine what of the training I can take on and what of the training I can't take on.
So when he establishes his house, for example, the son example, the son scrutinizes the parents. Then he establishes his own house, and his house fails. Why? Because he never took the good and understood the good of his instruction. So he established his house.
Yep.
It collapsed.
You know, to be a good
No,
servant,
the Most High don't even bless it.
to be a good servant, you have to take all the lessons good.
Yeah.
You got to see the good in all the lessons if you're going to be a good servant.
Yeah.
None of us have the authority while we're being trained to pick and choose what aspect of the lesson is proper and what aspect of the lesson is not proper. You have to listen. A good servant is about mentality.
Yeah.
Can I see the good in everything I'm going through? If I can't see the good in everything I'm going through, I won't learn anyway, and the person under me is not going to see the good in anything I'm taking.
And you're going to have an inferior government. You're going to have inferior systems.
Because if I get to pick and choose what I want, then anarchy for everybody.
Yeah, why can't everybody do that?
Everybody.
Why can't your rib do it?
Everybody can have anarchy.
Look,
if I can have anarchy, if my kids can have anarchy, my wife can have anarchy, everybody can have anarchy.
It's very unfair because people like this, they have these policies where you better be in order under me, but I don't have to be in order.
Yep.
And so they teach this. They actually have brothers. Brothers be teaching these, dropping these so-called wisdoms. Hey, every man, women have to have a head, but men don't have to have a head. Even though the Bible don't say that. So you're destroying people's houses, or young men's houses. They're sitting here, I don't need direction, government, established order. I don't have to serve. My woman better be in order. The beans better not touch the rice. The chicken better.
No. That joke, that is not a joke.
We're not joking.
That was a true story.
Look, the beans.
That was a true
I don't like
story. I lived it.
How do you say
God.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. You can't. Listen, I'll never forget. I lived with a brother. I was young. I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna do it. But this sister would make the brother beans and rice and shredded chicken, and it would be in the heater when he got home from work. When he took it out of the oven, he would sit back here. It was late, 12:30, 1 o'clock. We doing work the Most High, and he'd sit back here and go over a 30-minute, 40-minute counsel session about why the beans tipped over into the rice side. Because the beans was on this side, the rice was here, and the meat was here. That beans analogy was a real thing. I've talked about that maybe in
extreme scrutiny.
But a person can sit back here and argue with someone about two beans crossing over to the right side. But when it comes to him having to follow,
you can't be told nothing.
You can't be told nothing.
And that's a hypocrite.
That's
and
true.
So
there's a lot of Israelites that have that policy.
And because you haven't learned how to serve, guess what? Now when you establish your theoretical government, because it's going to be theoretical.
Because it's untried. It's untried.
You're a theorist.
The Most High's way is tried.
You're a theorist, and so now you're gonna watch all your theories and all the flaw in your methodology collapse and your systems collapse because it was theoretical. Sometimes you have to suffer. So you gotta follow a stupid idea.
Well, the crazy thing is because the assumption is that the person who's scrutinizing will never have a flawed plan.
Exactly.
What about the person under you that doesn't see the wisdom in what you're doing? It can't just be one-sided. If you're going to teach leadership or run a house, the first thing a person has to do is learn to follow. Because if you can't learn to follow, the Spirit is not going to be behind you and justify you. This is why David had to show the Most High that he was worthy of getting that shot. You just don't get to be a leader. It's because you got to sit back here and show the Most High that you're willing to follow. Then the Most High will put people under you that are willing to follow too. But if you don't want to serve, who's going to serve? Who's going to serve under you if you don't want to serve? That's just how the Spirit works. And this is why, if I'm going to serve, then I got to serve. If I'm supposed to follow, then I have to follow. And that means I don't have an opinion. If we're not sitting back here breaking laws, then I got to follow. It doesn't matter about method, doesn't matter.
That's irrelevant.
Because everybody can challenge method.
Yeah.
Everybody can challenge method. Because if that's the case, listen, sisters can challenge our methods all damn day long and poke holes through them. They got to follow because they got to follow. How come men don't got to follow because they got to follow? Men, we can be independent and not have any hedge, nobody to check us. But they got to sit back here and follow our wackadoodie ass angles.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
There's no rhyme or reason to have the shit we're requiring and asking.
You know what? And that's where the hypocrisy will be called at. If a wife see that, she'll call hypocrisy on her husband.
And it's right. So what? She has two choices. She's going to sit back and go on autopilot, or she's going to sit back and make a drastic move and go off. You know the only thing that justifies our demands? And I've told myself this for years. The only thing that justifies my demands is that I know how to serve. And I have served. And I continue to serve. That justifies my demand for my ribbon kids to serve. That's the ties that binds us. Service. That's what justifies me demanding others to serve. The second I determine I don't need to follow no more, I lose all the support I get.
And you liberate,
I know that. I've seen it.
You liberate your servants.
Come.
Listen, don't get mad when they don't follow. You have to. It has to be both ways. I get the example of service, therefore you serve. And you don't get to be the king and then everybody has to be a servant. It ain't work that way.
If you don't serve, nobody else is going to serve you.
Don't get mad.
And don't get mad when people don't listen to you.
And that's why Christ said he came not to be served, but to serve.
The greatest is the greatest you is the greatest servant. If you want to be something, be the greatest servant in the room at all times. That's how you get promoted. That's how you get promoted from the lower room to the higher room.
And on an actual application level, because I skip service, now when you have people under you, you have cruel policies, cruel reasoning. You're disconnected to what they're feeling. You don't understand because you haven't put yourself to that degree of duress and challenge and having to figure something out as they're having to figure this out as they go. You haven't put yourself in the shoes to figure out as you go. So now you're gonna critique them because they make mistakes.
So because you're desensitized from them because you didn't see the reason and why you had to do it.
Exactly.
So you never understood compassion, mercy, empathy, temperance, patience. You know, you never mastered it because you never got it. So how can you give it? How can you give what you never possessed?
Become a lord. You become a lord.
Then I become a lord and a ruler.
Religious lord.
A tyrant. Do it because I say so. Do it because I told you to do it.
But you never did it that way.
Do it because I thought of. Do it because I think you should do it this way.
Yeah.
Until it don't work, and the spirit of your service starts to break down.
It's deeper than just you're supposed to do what you're told just because you're supposed to do what you're told. It's way deeper.
It's not about the ego, huh?
Serving, you're supposed to. You can't lead unless you learn how to serve first. And in servitude, you have to detach your logic from your servitude.
Yeah.
Your logic doesn't matter when it's about being a servant.
God.
When you're being a servant, your brain is not required. Your servitude is required. We're going to go up into more of this topic on Monday, but your servitude is required, not your opinion. Your dedication is required, not what you feel. Your feelings have nothing to do with your servitude and your service to the Most High or to the person that you're under.
One point. And what we don't get is a good leader is putting a person in a position to serve for their betterment. This is for you.
But you can't even begin to even see it's your betterment until you just stop thinking and just follow.
You gotta submit.
You have to submit and stop thinking. Remove your ego from the following, and you'll find out that it was for your benefit later.
Yeah, it was for you.
You're not gonna figure out that it's good for you until you just learn to submit and do what you're told.
Because it's easier just to do it myself and don't ask for help. That's the easy part. Listen, I don't gotta ask for help here. I don't gotta argue for 10 hours.
Yeah.
With the amount of time it takes to argue, I could have been done, got it done, and moved on.
And gone home.
You got a question?
Just for clarity, can you tell me what you mean by servitude?
Okay. Let's see if we can get a proper definition. Okay, let me see.
Can I use an example?
Yeah.
I want to use an example. Because this always gets me going. When I go to a restaurant, bro, it always bothers me, bro. I go to a restaurant, I'm sitting here, all I want, listen, I want.
Don't say all you want, because you have a lot of wants at the restaurant. Let's not act like all I want. Like, listen, every time I eat with this guy, he has to have sandwiches sliced a certain way. Let me you explain to that.
Listen, bro.
It's not all I want. Whoa.
I'm just going to gyms out. I just going to gyms out.
No, you'll ask for like Ruth Chris service at the burger spot.
Yeah, I know.
That's real.
You have steamed lettuce.
Hey, that's really service, huh? But that's the thing, guys. If I'm going to gyms, this is simple. This is like I'm not doing the drive-through thing. I do trip and drive-throughs. I ain't gonna lie, right? But when I'm at a restaurant, I'm sitting down. You can see the person's facial expression if they want to be there or not. You can see they want to be there or not. One. Then how they put the food down, slam the plates down. Then when you ask, because you forgot to ask for them, I always forget to ask for hot sauce. They walk away, I ask for hot sauce, and they jerk back. You can see the spine jerk back. You can see that. Then they're nice to you right before they ask for the check. I hate that kind of service, bro, because that service is showing I don't find joy in giving you what you need.
Yeah.
So a part of servitude is finding joy in fulfilling the need of the person and following the instructions of the person. Mm-hmm. Now, when I give instructions, I want my sandwiches cut in half. I know nobody wants to do it. I get that. Mom wants to cut my sandwich in half.
Listen, not at Whataburger. They're not going to cut your sandwich in half at Whataburger.
I deserve that. They don't ever want to do it.
I expected a Burger King.
I want some extra mayonnaise.
And I was like, come on.
Extra mayonnaise and cut the burger in half. Make sure the
it's got to like be in a quarter angle like this.
Just cut it in half. It tastes better than me. You'll
take it back. You'll take it back because it's not in half.
Yeah, you can split it open. It just looks good. It looks really good. But, I just leave it alone because we're always criticizing.
I'm like, bro, this is a fast food show. They're not gonna do that, man. Anyway,
but we did go to Chip El Pollo Loco, and we had the best service in I got 15 years out. Someone knows the Judite brothers. El Pollo Loco. He's the best of all time.
Yeah, he is.
He's the GOAT. Right? This is El Pollo Loco.
The one on Fredericksburg?
No, the one on
by North
Pedro.
Okay.
Greatest of all time. I don't know where he's at.
He's the best one. His name is Charles. Because you can hear he talks so loud, you can hear him in the cars. On the drive-thru, you can hear him a couple cars ahead. He's like, this is Charles. You know what I'm saying? But he's a Judite dude who tried to throw on the El Pollo Loco Spanish flavor.
That's hilarious. I thought he was an Issachar guy when he said, my name is Charles.
No, it's Charles. This is Charles. You know what I'm saying? You got to experience it to know what he's talking about.
Oh, my God. You're going to make me want to go up there and see what's up.
No. You felt like you were
up.
in that Brazilian restaurant, the one we went to?
Yeah.
He acts like he's slicing lamb for you out. He's getting top of that. I love that, huh? He enjoys it.
When the lamb is just...
Yeah, his body positioning, he's acting like you, like he has a towel right here. And he's like, no problem, I'll take care of you like this. And he's doing a Spanish accent. He's saying everything a certain way. He's passionate about it. And he's happy to see me. You can't, if you leave, hey, I can't wait. It's a service. It's just a pleasure you being here.
He's like Salt Bay.
Yeah, he's the best, man. He was the best. I miss that guy. And that was El Pollo Loco. That's why I cut my sandwich and had
Oh my goodness.
That's a $6 bill.
That's a $6 bill. But you know what? Most High looks at how you do everything. How you do anything is how you do everything.
Can we go on to the servant definition? Listen, you made a good point. I get it. I just want to kind of go into some of the definitions. The definition of servant is somebody give me minister also, but it says one. This is number 7 for the word servant. One who yields obedience to another. And it says that which yields obedience or acts on subordination as an instrument. Meaning a servant is, I'm just a tool for my teacher or my husband or my master to get the job done. A tool doesn't have an opinion. An instrument doesn't have an opinion. An instrument does a job. It performs a responsibility.
Right.
That is a good servant. Another one is number 9, one that makes painful sacrifices in compliance with the weakness or wants of others.
Wow.
That is a servant. One that makes painful sacrifices in compliance with the weakness or wants of others. That means you got to sit back and follow whether this thing benefits you or not, whether it makes sense or not, whether the decision brings about weakness in you. You are a servant.
As long as it's not breaking the law.
About you.
As long as it's not breaking the law.
No, that's the point. As long as it's not breaking the law, you are obligated to serve. Your opinion doesn't matter. What you think, you interjecting your 2 cents, nobody cares about your 2 cents. The Most High don't. And the Most High has you in that family so you can learn how to serve. The Most High has that wife with that husband so she can learn how to serve. How about that? We're all connected and subject to the people under who we're subject to because the Most High wants it that way. And most of us are fighting and trying to wiggle out why I'm under this person or in this circumstance. Stop running from why the Most High got you in the situation you're getting. Once again, that's us injecting our opinion into a situation. Grow up, accept your circumstances, and follow and serve. Because servitude, once again, one that makes painful sacrifices. You know why it's painful? Because it doesn't benefit you.
Yep. Or you don't see the sense in it.
Or you don't see the sense in it because it doesn't directly feed your ego. Making painful sacrifices in compliance with the weakness or wants of others. What they need is more important than what I want. That is a servant. Which means if their needs and their wants are more important than my wants, then my wants don't matter. A good servant accepts that what you want doesn't matter. Then once you can accept that mentality, then you can learn to thrive in that arena. Then you can be potent. But most people that are in a position of servitude, they want to get out of it. And they want to justify why they don't have to serve anymore. So they'll sit back here and come up with all these excuses and these criticisms. People come up with criticisms and scrutiny so they don't have to serve anymore.
To liberate themselves.
That's why they create the reasons.
Or
the wise guy, the servant, points out the weaknesses and the flaws in the plan, so I don't got to be up under it anymore.
Or I could have power over it. Because a lot of it is the scrutiny is so that I could be elected for the sake of power. Because I don't see the wisdom in this person giving me orders who I feel like I could do a better way. So now I do this. I undermine this person's decision for the sake of having power.
Yep. You know, it's easy as a servant to point out the weakness. No shit, Sherlock. You can can sit. Any monkey can see the problem in the system.
Captain Obvious.
There is a problem here. The hard point is, can I sit back here, know there's a problem, and still serve? That's the hard thing. Because once again, one that makes painful sacrifices in compliance with the weakness or wants of others. It's not just the wants of others. I see weakness and I still got to submit. I see flaw and I still got to submit. How about that? That's what a pure servant is. It's easy to sit back here and lock into a system that has very few holes. That's easy to do. What's hard is to lock into a system where you can see the weakness, and can you still be under it? Can you still serve when you see a flaw? Or are you going to run when you see a flaw? That's what the Most High is trying to see. Can you serve even though you see weakness?
And that just pulls your card.
And if you can't do that, you're not ready to lead.
Yeah, because when you lead, things are not going to be perfect because you're going into new endeavors.
That's my point.
You're going to unproven pioneer-style endeavors.
Wow.
So you're going to walk in and everything's going to be in perfect alignment in all new endeavors? Not realistic, God.
No.
Not realistic.
But the Most High is judging your humility based off, can you sit back and still serve under conditions that aren't optimal?
Like Moses.
Yeah. Well, listen, the people were supposed to sit back here and serve Moses and the Most High under non-optimal conditions.
You know what that
and because
shows?
they didn't want to serve, the Most High said, you're never going to see the promised land then.
You know what that shows? That shows that a good servant has to be flexible.
Come.
I have to be flexible to the needs of the people around me.
Come.
And that means, that flexibility means it doesn't have to be my way.
It can't be your way.
Be my way. And that's part of that flexibility that it takes to be a servant. Is that this is not always going to be my way, my wants, my direction, and the wisdom is not going to come from me, but it's for the need of the people around me, or the need of the person over me.
And you can't, if you can't have that, if you don't have that servant mindset all the way up, you can't grow.
Yep.
You have to have this ability from the beginning. If you don't have it in your early years, you're not going to have it when you get older.
Never have it.
And you'll never reward you with the responsibility that you crave so much.
Because some men lose it. Because some men have it in their youth.
And then they stop doing it.
And they lose it at year 6.
And then the Most High pulls them out.
And guess what? They get passed up. And they be getting mad. And then you have jealousy, envy, and strife in the camp. Because they can't understand why the person that they were over is not over them. Because the Most High allowed this person to keep growing because they kept absorbing the lessons. This isn't men. It's not the elders are making this happen. You see these incidents that keep blowing up and blowing up and blowing. With this guy, there's no incidents. There's successes. And over a period of time, one outgrows the other. But one's mind frame was, I got to do it my way. And I got to do it how I see it, how I see fit. And they will have temporary success. They will have temporary success. I'm not going to say they will have success. It will be temporary success. But other one will sit here, the obedient servant will keep prospering.
I like that scripture on why he'll keep prospering. You go to Isaiah chapter 57 verse 15. Why would that particular servant keep prospering? Isaiah chapter 57 verse 15.
Isaiah chapter 57 verse 15. For thus saith the high and lofty one that inhabiteth eternity.
Go ahead.
Whose name is holy.
Go ahead.
I dwell in the high and holy place.
Go ahead.
With him also
He said the Most High said, I endorse and I support the person because I dwell on high. I'm in the high and lofty place. He says the ones that I want with me to dwell with me are what?
I dwell in the high and holy place with him also that is of a contrite and humble spirit.
The Most High said the people that I want around me are people that are of a what?
Contrite and humble spirit.
He said this is the one that the Most High wants to pull them up to where he's at. He said I dwell on the high place, but I'm not bringing somebody up to my high place that can't follow instructions. I'm not bringing somebody up to my high place that can't follow and do what they're told. That it says, or that make a mistake and there's no contrition. Because contrite means to feel regretfully sorrowful for one's past actions as to not repeat them. So the Most High said, a person that don't feel bad for what they do wrong, I don't want to pull them up to where I'm at. A person that can't listen and follow instructions, I don't want to pull them up to where I'm at. Read on.
To revive the spirit of the humble.
He says, but I want to use those to pull the humble up. So with those individuals, they'll go back and revive the spirit of what?
The humble.
They're gonna go out and execute and deliver my word, and the way I want it to be delivered. I can use those as instruments. Those are the individuals that I can use as tools. And for these individuals, I'll keep blessing these individuals. Read on.
And to revive the heart of the contrite ones.
Right. So that's these individuals will constantly get success at all times because they can do what they told, and if they make a mistake, they're not so prideful that they don't feel bad for their mistakes. They can actually follow instructions, and it's not about that you can't make a mistake. It's do you feel bad for your mistakes? That mentality, the Most High says, He'll always pull up to where He's at, and He'll ensure that they get success. So the Most High don't want somebody that can't follow. Huh? They don't, especially in leadership.
I want to go two points, two definitions. The first definition is servant. I want to bring out the middle part. Well, we'll read the whole thing, but I want to focus on the last part. A person, male or female, that attends another for the purpose of performing menial services for him, of whom is employed by another for such offices or for the labor, and is subject to his command. That's not what I want to focus on. The word is correlative to master. Servant differs from slave, as the servant's subjection to a master is voluntary. The slave's is not. Every slave is a servant, but every servant is not a slave. So the point is this. This is about how willing are you to submit yourself to servitude. How willing are you to submit yourself? Because everybody that's here is here because they want to be here. Everybody that commits themselves is here because they want to commit themselves to growth and learning and service. That's the difference. So what the Most High loves is that you have the power to be an individual, but you still choose to serve. You have the power to do what you want to do and be independent, but you choose to be subservient and be under somebody else. That's what the Most High loves about what we do for the Most High. That's why, listen, if you got answers and you got ideas, then you know what? If you're really a humble person, you'd sit back here and still learn to willfully submit yourself to servitude. If you was worth a damn in the spirit. Now I'm going to show another definition. Minister. Because to minister is what the act of servitude is. To minister means to afford supplies, to give things needful, to supply the means of relief. Yeah. So if I got a bunch of complaints or if I see flaws, then my job is to sit back here and let me fill those gaps. Because that's what a good servant is. A good servant doesn't talk about what the problems are. A good servant is the solution to the problems.
It takes initiative.
But then you have to wait until you're put in a position to fill the gap.
Con. And then, but the thing is this: you're supposed to wait on orders to be told when to fill these gaps in and how to fill these gaps in.
Right.
Not how you perceive what holes need to be filled. There's probably 50 holes in the ship.
Right.
But if I'm told to focus on one hole, then I got to focus on one hole. And if we all sink, you know what? We all sink together. Because that's what being a servant is. Can I sit back and go down with the ship? If it's about being in order, I'm going to go down with the ship, and the Most High is going to revive me because He knew where my heart and intentions was.
We've been there a million times.
And we've been there. We're going to go into this on Monday.
Yeah.
We've been this a million times. Can you sit back here and serve and follow? Regardless of what you think is right and wrong? Sis had her hand, I got you.
Just wanted to see where are you getting your definition from? Is it the 18?
It's the 1828.
Okay. And what number was that one that you read?
The minister one was the verb. It was the verb. You go all the way down on minister.
Okay.
And it's number 1 on the verb. So you just got to keep scrolling down.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I got a weak example for my point, but let's say ironing.
Yep.
I got my master. My master doesn't know how to iron, but he needs ironing. I know how to iron, or I'm the one that's told to iron. I'm not going to trip and come back and say, well, why should I iron? You don't even know how to iron.
Done.
That my job is to be a servant. I'm covering for that thing that you're weak in or you might not know how to do
Yep.
to get it accomplished because it's needed.
And even with that, you say, sir, do you need me to iron for you? No, I'm good rough dry. I love that rough dry stuff. You got to sit back here and deal with his choice to roll rough dry. You get my point? Nobody should love looking rough dry.
Never heard of rough dry.
Well, you never heard of that?
No.
That's some old Louisiana stuff. I told you my folk would say that. Rough dry, filling stations.
I'm from there.
I know that, but
Filling station.
rough dry is when you sit back here, your shirts are dry, you got right out the dryer, and you threw it on. And they got all kind of crinkles and wrinkles, and it looks horrible. Point is this. If you know how to do the iron, and you request, hey, I can iron. No, I don't want you to do it. You still got to wait. Everything's about waiting and doing what you're asked to do. However menial it is. However below there should be nothing that you're above doing. That's how the Most High can determine. Listen, one of the greatest kings of our nation was a sheep herder. That none of his brothers even looked upon like he was worth a damn. He said, I was just out here looking at sheep. The other men were warriors and fighters and great men. Then they was like, oh, you want David? Oh, he ain't nothing. Look at that dude. The oldest brother's powerful. Number 2 is cold too. Number 3 is cold.
Even Samuel thought one of them like,
he was like, surely that's the guy. I know. But the Most High, listen, I want the greatest servant to lead my house, lead my kingdom. The greatest servant was David. He knew his place. And he accepted his place. And the Most High promoted him. That's the mindset you have to have. Your opinion don't mean nothing. Master the level that you're at. And the Most High will promote you. You got that? Alright.
yeah.
Where are we at? 2 Samuel 20.
You can finish that one more.
I'm sorry.
In Ecclesiastes 3 and 7.
Ecclesiastes 3 and 7.
Yeah. 3, 7 and 8.
Oh, okay, I got it. He that feareth the Most High will honor his father, and will do service unto his parents, as to his masters.
How will he look at his parents?
As to his masters.
Just like everything that's been said now. I will look at my parents, my mother and father, as my what?
Masters.
That I'll look at them as my masters. They give me instruction. My duty is to follow the instruction. I have no other duty but to execute the will of my mother and my father. Read on.
Verse 8. Honor thy father and mother, both in word and deed.
Go ahead.
That a blessing may come upon thee from them.
Go ahead.
For the blessing of the father establisheth the houses of children.
So the Most High. So what I may not realize is that in order for the Most High to bless me, I need to get the blessing from who? My father and my mother. So if I don't get the blessing of my mother and father as being one to extend or petition the father to work through this son or work through this daughter to carry out the wishes of the household, if I don't get the blessings of my mother and my father, then the Most High is not going to endorse me either. If I can't, what that shows is you can't bypass the people over you and then just get to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what a lot of people want to do. They want to bypass the people that's in front of them and go directly to the Most High. The Most High don't allow that.
That's what Monday's class is going to be about also. People think they can be spiritual by just having a one-on-one relationship. Right. You have to serve the people the Most High has you to have to follow first. Then you get a chance to serve the Most High. It's both. You have to serve the people that the Most High has over you on earth, and you got to serve the Most High that's in heaven. And we can't get around it. I'm telling you, listen, just trust me, that's class on Monday. Tune in. I'm messing with you. Listen, let's keep going in this because it's almost like we ain't gonna get but one chapter done today. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. I know we're not gonna be able to get chapter 24. There's just no way. But maybe we can get today just the mighty men. That's what the next couple of verses you want to start tapping into. We get through the mighty men. That's what we'll do. We'll get through the mighty men. Yeah, that's why I changed the title already.
Okay,
There's no way. There's no way we're getting 24. I think we're in verse 3 or 4.
I thought it was 6.
Oh, 6. It is 6. It is 6. Yes.
2 Samuel chapter 23, verse 6.
That's the story about it.
No. You gotta say that.
Yes, sir. Keep going now.
But the sons of Belial shall be all of them as thorns thrust away, because they cannot be taken with hand.
What the Most High is saying is, the sons of Belial, the negative people, the Most High don't even touch them. They're like thorns. You can't sit back here and grab thorns like this. They can't be touched. The Most High keeps them away. Read on.
And when he say by hands, also you realize that gifts are given in the New Testament by the laying on the hands of the presbytery.
Mm-hmm.
That means that the presbytery or the church leaders are the ones that help develop you.
Yes.
He said, but the sons of Belial are like thorns that cannot be developed. When he said you can't handle them, meaning you can't develop them. That's what he's talking about.
They don't allow it.
They don't allow you to
Great
develop
verse.
them.
Their perspective won't allow it.
Right, exactly.
God. Continue.
Verse 7. But the man that shall touch them must be fenced with iron and the staff of a spear.
So listen, the only way to touch them, you got to create a whole bunch of distance and stick the thorns like this, throw them out.
Yep.
That's how you got to deal with negative people.
They're hard to deal with.
And you got to keep your distance from them, man, because they're toxic. And if you get them too close, you're gonna get pricked and cut and torn. And you got to deal with a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Dealing with these maniac sons of Belial.
Yeah.
You got to deal like this. Watch out! Watch out! You're gonna get cut. You're gonna get cut. Watch out! Throw them out. That's what he's saying. Read on.
But the man that shall touch them must be fenced with iron and the staff of a spear.
You gotta wear armor around this guy.
The staff of a spear and iron. I can just sit back here and crunch through all that hard thorns out. And a long staff, the spear. Read on.
And they shall be utterly burned with fire in the same place.
Because they're useless. You can't do anything.
They're the chaff which the wind driveth away.
Because you can't do nothing with it but burn it. But this is how men's minds are when they don't want to adapt and follow. You can't do nothing with a person that don't want to follow.
That's what you clear out of the field.
Because you know why? You can't do. All it's going to do is get in the way of growth for everything else. So you got to clear it so that everybody else can benefit. Serious, man. So
that's why only Joshua and Caleb made it to the
I know, because you couldn't do nothing with those other mindsets.
That first
generation, they do more damage than good.
That first generation, you had to have iron. You had to have a long stick. They were thorny.
Mm-hmm.
They were Belial-like.
And you couldn't keep them close to you because all it would do was affect everything else surrounding it. Read on.
Verse 8. These be the names of the mighty men whom David had.
These are the men. These are the names of all the mighty men that David had. We're going to need to go into the Josephus 2 on this one. Let's read the first few couple. Verse 8. We're going to read from verse 8 to 11, maybe 8 to like 13, and then we'll start going to Josephus. Let's read that.
Verse 8. These be the names of the mighty men whom David had. The Tachmonite, that's a Judite. That city was in the area of Judah. Read on. That sat in the seat, chief among the captains.
He was one of the top captains of David. Read on.
The same was Adino, the Esnite. He lifted up his spear against 800.
That's insane. He lifted up his spear against 800. Read on.
Whom he slew at one time.
Listen, hold this and go to 1 Chronicles chapter 11 and verse 9, because this talks about the same, I won't say breakdown, but the same chapter in 23 is talked about in Chronicles. 1 Chronicles 11 verse 9.
1 Chronicles chapter 11 verse 9. So David waxed greater and greater, for the power of hosts was with him. These also are the chief of the mighty men whom David had, who strengthened themselves with him in his kingdom and with all Israel to make him king, according to the word of the Most High concerning Israel. And this is the number of the mighty men whom David had. Jeshobeam and Hachmonite, the chief of the captains, he lifted up his spear against 300, slain by him at one time.
This is the same guy that was talked about in verse 8. They're just the spellings of their names are a little different, and the spelling of their city is a little different. So it says, Jashobim, a Hakmonite, the chief of captains. His chief of captain also was, in verse 8, he was referred to as a Tachmonite, but it was the same guy, Jashobim. Read on.
He lifted up his spear against 300, slain by him at one time.
So 300 here, 800 in Samuel. I'm going to go with the high numbers. Why not? You got to pad the stats a little bit. We're going to pad the stats. 800 numbers sounds better than 3. So now we jump to verse 9 in 2 Samuel 23. We're going to keep bouncing them.
2 Samuel 23 and 9. And after him was Eleazar, the son of Dodo, the Ahohite, one of the 3 mighty men with David.
So listen, these 3 that you're going to read about first, these are his like top 3. Now we know about Joab and all these guys, but these were 3 of his top captains or top fighters in his army. Okay, they might not have been the greatest leaders of his army, but because when you read them in other chapters, you had Abishai, you had Joab, and you had another brother. It wasn't a brother, another man who captained the armies. But these guys were sitting back here, and these were top fighters in his army. I'm trying to think of that third guy's name. I don't know. No, Abishai, Joab, and there was another one. Because when Absalom kicked him out, that third man was one that captained that 3rd battalion when they sat back here and went out and took out
So it's the giants.
no, not the giants, but when they took out Absalom's army, they broke themselves up in 3 battalions and wiped out like the large number of it was Joab, Abishai, and I'm not going to be able to get it right now off the top of my head, and I don't want to waste too much of the time that we have. Doesn't matter. I shouldn't have threw it out there, but it's a little further back. I think it's a little further back. It was right when he was started getting on the run. He ran into him. Gosh damn
The garrison.
It doesn't matter. We'll find it or not. Let's just keep going back in the scripture. 2 Samuel 23 and verse 9.
2 Samuel 23, verse 9. And after him was Eleazar, the son of Dodo, the Ahohite, one of the 3 mighty men with David.
That's why it was those 3 men were referred to as the 3 mighties. It was the first man, Jashobim. Then it was Eleazar. Read on.
When they defied the Philistines that were there gathered together to battle, and the men of Israel were gone away. Verse 10. He arose and smote the Philistines until his hand was weary, and his hand clave unto the sword. And the Most High wrought a great victory that day. And the people returned after him only to spoil.
That's phenomenal. He says he killed so many people that his hand clave to his sword. That means all that blood that that was going through the sword, that was trickling down to their hands, made to where he couldn't pull the sword off his hands, and that blood got sticky. He was going through troops.
And it also shows you that he was going through troops to where he did this on a solo.
I know.
Because he said when the rest of the army came back, they only came back to the source, to the spoils, to the riches. That means that he went out on a one-man Rambo mission and knocked out some Philistines and left the money on the floor.
And them Philistines was dogs out.
Yeah.
Listen, these dudes were the roughest of all the Canaanite people out. And this dude sat back here and individually wiped them out. Damn, I'm trying to figure out which one was this, man. When they defied the Philistines that were there, gathered together to battle, and the men of Israel were gone away. Was it when David and them went out to because at one time David and his men went out to fight for the king of Gath, Achish, and their area was exposed. I don't think it was that. It wasn't that because they took the stuff and left. It had to have been a different fight, man. It's just not talked about until now. At the end of the book, these actions were so dynamic, they had to be talked about individually. So he soloed wiping out Philistines like he was damn what's his name? Like he was damn Samson.
God.
It might not have been as great as Samson, but it was in that same breath.
Because him have jawbone. This will have
a nice sword. Exactly.
Still fire.
Exactly. But let's keep going. That's crazy.
Verse 11. And after him was Shema, the son of Agi, the Haraite. And the Philistines were gathered together into a troop, where was a piece of ground full of lentils. And the people fled from the Philistines. But he stood in the midst of the ground and defended it, and slew the Philistines, and the Most High wrought a great victory.
He says, and the Philistines were gathered into a troop, where was a piece of ground full of lentils. So they was fighting for food?
No, they were just in a crop.
Oh,
field,
yeah, crop.
like a field of crops.
Okay.
But I think in Josephus it goes into this point.
We'll have to go there. Let's hold that and go back to the Chronicles real quick. Maybe Chronicles are given, and if they don't do it, then we're gonna go to Josephus. Read on. And so it's 1 Chronicles 11 and verse 12.
1 Chronicles 11 and verse 12. And after him,
Yeah, it tells you what it was.
Cool.
On this.
Read on.
And after him was Eleazar the son of Dodo, the Ahoite, who was one of the three mighty.
And that's why this first part they're explaining the three mighties that they were referred to. It was that Jashoboam, Eleazar, and Shema. These guys were special warriors out of the bunch. They might not have been captains or the leaders like Joab and Abishai, but these guys were still top rank in their heroism. Read on.
He was with David at Hasdamim, and there the Philistines were gathered together to battle, where was a parcel of ground full of barley, and the people fled from before the Philistines. And they set themselves in the midst of that parcel, and delivered it, and slew the Philistines, and the Most High saved them by a great deliverance.
So it says they set themselves in the midst of that parcel and delivered. So they sat back here and just got in a circle and they start whipping ass as they was coming through. Read on.
Verse 15.
No. Let's go now.
Okay.
Let's go now back. Yeah, let's go to the Josephus now. It's 7, book 7, chapter 13, chapter 12, paragraph 4. Chapter 12, paragraph 4.
Book 7, chapter 12, paragraph 4, page 204.
Okay, let's read that, sir.
Now all the men that were about David were men of courage. Those that were most illustrious and famous of them for their actions were 38, of 5 of whom I will only relate the performances, for these will suffice to make manifest the virtues of the others also. For these were powerful enough to subdue countries.
It's crazy. These guys were this 5 group of men could subdue a country. These were the damn they're not SEALs, but it's special forces. This is special forces. 18. This is special forces before special forces was a thing. Like 5 guys can subdue an entire city. That's what Esau claims a lot of his special forces guys can do now. That's what they say. These guys would take out an entire city, mano a mano. We're not dropping bombs. It's hand-to-hand combat. We're going to wipe out all your biggest and baddest. We're going to come home afterwards and say it's done.
Yep.
Come take the city. That's crazy.
Well, we're going to get the spoils first.
We get that spoils. Well, we're going to get the spoils. Well, he's going to do what Joe. Remember Joab said? He said, we got this city. You better get off your ass, David, and come claim it. Or I'm going to call this city Joab City.
Yeah.
Right.
The city of Joab. That's crazy. These dudes were dogs, Zach. These dudes were straight killers, Zach. Read on, Zach.
For these were powerful enough to subdue countries and conquer great nations.
That's insane.
That's a great.
They can take out countries. They can just wipe out countries out. Plural. I know. After we wade through these boys, we'll go to these boys up here up north. We're going to take these boys up here in the east.
It's like the onslaught of just.
I know, with 5 guys. 5 guys.
Numbers is ridiculous.
That makes non-stop. There had to be one-hit killers out. In order to take out that number of guys out. These guys had to win.
Right.
One-hit quitters out. Pow, next guy. Pow, next guy. Pow, next guy. Pow, next guy. They had to have been.
That's very good.
Anyway,
there's one scripture on that though too. First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse. First Maccabees chapter 3 and read verse 18.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 18.
Read that.
Unto whom Judas answered, it is no hard matter.
But see, when men that have faith understand that it's not what?
It is no hard matter.
For what? Read on.
For many to be shut up in the hands of a few.
All it takes is a couple of believers. That's all the Most High need. He don't need a camp full of thousands of men.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't need a camp full of thousands upon thousands in order for the camp to look powerful and strong.
Yep.
You only need a couple of men the strong men that believe. That's all it takes. Read on.
Yep.
And with the power of heaven.
Because as long as you know you got the Most High with you, read on.
It is all one.
It's all the same.
Wow.
When he says all one, it's all the same. Meaning what? Read on.
To deliver with a great multitude or a small company.
It says whether the Most High, if the Most High is with you, he could deliver and make the victory prosperous with a large number or with a small company like we read about. So basically what he's saying is numbers are irrelevant. When you're in a battle and you got men that believe, it doesn't matter how many numbers you have. That's irrelevant. You can hold a whole camp up with just a couple of handful of men that believe and do just as many mighty works as another camp that got thousands of members. Because a lot of times people on the internet look at how many members you got. How many members you got to validate your works in the camp? How many members do y'all have? How many brothers and sisters do y'all have? How many heads do y'all have in the camp to validate strength? And that's irrelevant to the Most High. All it takes is a couple of men that believe, and that's all the Most High need to work with in order to equal the same level of victory as somebody that have thousands of members. Read on.
Verse 19. For the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength cometh from heaven.
So the victory of battle don't stand in the multitude of what?
Host.
Of how many heads? How many people you got? That doesn't determine victory. Numbers don't determine victory. But what determines victory is, do you have a handful of men that believe? And that's all that matters. And the Most High can do great works. Like we've all seen, the Most High used just a couple of men at many different times, even in our tenure in the camp. How the Most High has used a couple of men to do some magnificent, wonderful, astronomical works. You know what I'm saying? That maybe not, we don't have a book written down to tell you the exploits of SOT.
That's hilarious.
You know what I'm saying? We don't have an SOT manual.
Was this not written in the books of Sword of Truth?
Right.
Circa 2015?
Right. Yeah, we don't got that. You know what I'm saying? But what we do have though, we have experience. And we've experienced this, and we can testify for the fact that the Most High has done wonderful things with the Sword of Truth, even though at times it's been only a handful of men.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I can honestly say some of the greatest works we've done with only a handful of
Brother,
men.
we had less than 10?
With less than 10, yeah.
Shit.
But
Olden days, bro.
yeah, but it just shows you the Most High. If the Most High is with you, it doesn't matter what numbers are against you.
Okay.
So you can let that go and go back to where we was at in Josephus.
Okay. So now we're going to go on this show. See, because they're going to still talk about those three mighties first. That is, their names are different, though. But you can tell their stories that are similar. Talking about the 900 here and the fighting the Philistines. So it's all the same. Let's keep going.
For these were powerful enough to subdue countries.
That's phenomenal, bro. That statement is insane, man. But keep going.
And conquered great nations. First, therefore, was Josiah, the son of Achimas.
That's the first one we read earlier, who was Josheb, or the different names. I'm trying to find the different names that were said. But keep going. The first one.
Who frequently leaped upon the troops of the enemy and did not leave off fighting till he overthrew 900 of them.
He says he just ran to the crowd.
He has a number in his head. I got to take out at least 1,000 almost.
Hey, listen, he's not. Listen, he just said, "I'm just going to jump into this crowd, and I'm going to kill them all." How about that?
That's when ADD is good.
Right?
God,
He couldn't wait.
Listen, and they let him.
Yeah.
And they said, "Listen, man, fall back."
No.
They knew he could do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, go get him. Go soften him up.
No, he's good, man.
Yeah, he good.
I said 900. That's crazy, huh? These guys weren't chumps. They weren't sitting back here soft warriors. These guys weren't soft.
It sounded like he had like a number. Like he'd be like, I'm not leaving here until damn near 1,000 days.
Listen, maybe or just whatever numbers is here.
Whatever it laid at, it laid.
Or just whatever numbers are in front of him, he's gonna finish him off.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, 900 at a time. He says frequently leaped upon the troops of the enemy. He frequently was the first guy out wreaking havoc.
This makes me think of like our lack of potency now.
Oh hell yeah!
Like in comparison to our forefathers, like we glorify UFC and all this other BS. That ain't nothing.
We wait to see you go first.
This is nothing.
I'm sorry.
I'm not waiting for none of this. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth.
A lot of these boxers, they go 12 rounds. And in an air-conditioned building.
Yeah.
I'm a warrior.
And they put on a show. But you look at early days of boxing, like
Jack Johnson stuff was insane. They were like 30 rounds.
30 rounds in the Texas heat.
In the South. In the South.
Yeah, with little bitty leather cheek gloves.
They were batting gloves. They had batting gloves on. It looked like batting gloves. Just a little cushion here on the knuckles.
Yeah. You're 30 rounds, man.
Golly. I know you must have saw it. If you saw if you saw that, you see when he would knock these people's teeth out, he would pick out the teeth out of his hand. They were on another level, but this is even a greater level. 900 men. They got swords too. This ain't like this cartoon. This ain't cartoon. So these guys got swords and axes too. These guys are professional killers too.
We caught up on Bruce Lee.
Yeah. But these guys weren't some. What you gonna say?
I was gonna say what you just brought out about Bruce Lee. The only thing we can even compare that to today is when we see them martial arts movies.
Yeah.
Where you got
Jet Li out here,
out, this whole army of men.
CGI.
And it also goes to show you.
They sit right here jumping on trees. Like, get out of here.
CGI.
Running on water.
No, you're good. It also goes to show you that was us.
Yeah.
They took that from us. That martial arts, all that those like Jet Li's, Bruce Lee's, like you said. Chow Yun Fat and all of that. It goes to show you that was us. They took that from us.
Yes.
The last chapter we were reading, 2 Samuel 22. It mentions, I think it was verse 35.
Run through a troop, run over a troop.
Teach his hands to war.
Mm-hmm.
That was us. That just goes to show you that was our stuff.
When we were potent. When we had faith, when we had trust.
We're not known for that anymore.
And the crazy thing, the numbers, even David had 600 men. That was his list. Even when he got kicked out by Absalom, he had 600 dogs. The same guy that was with him conquering everything in the past.
But the Most High gave us this martial art knowledge. He gave us the hands and the tools. It wasn't. It was. You know what I'm saying? It was directly came from this spiritual force of the Most High. I'm going to empower my hands. You're going to teach me how to work and how to block that.
But the crazy thing is this: even with all that,
just practicing everything.
But even with all that, it was the Most High's blessing because it wasn't like Saul and his family was some chumps either. Right? These dudes were having to fight the Philistines, and they couldn't do what David did. All the Israel before David's time couldn't do it, and they had larger numbers, and they couldn't take out these Philistines. David had 600 dudes, and sat back here and chunked out their land and chunked out their position in half.
The shame is today nobody knows that was us. Everybody thinks that's who they know today, Moab, Ammon.
You know why? Because James Naismith, that's why. Because of James.
That white man in Canada, huh?
No, because of James Naismith. That's why nobody knows us.
James.
Yeah, he's the one that invented basketball.
In Canada, that's what I'm saying. That white man in Canada. That white man, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I didn't know it was Canadian.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
It's because that guy right there. Since they put a basketball in our hand, that's all we care about, man. We're dunking on somebody. You know
Exactly. Because he had a bucket. He had a bucket.
He had a bucket on the tree.
He's gonna score 40 points a game. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's their,
That's how we show our athleticism now.
Yeah.
But this is amazing.
It used to be war, but now you're right. It's soccer and basketball.
I just can't even imagine like the skill and it took to take that many people out in a day. In a day, 900 people in a day.
And it's not.
I
It's not just skill, like it's the focus.
know.
The amount of focus it takes to constantly be in that
Back
mindset.
up.
To constantly be in that mind, just one fight is exhausting.
Yes.
30-minute fight.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. It's like just one moment of focus in 3 minutes. It should.
And to keep your adrenaline up.
Yes,
that
that's
energy
ridiculous, man.
for 900 people.
That's the most high.
That I can't even imagine it.
That's the most high.
And like you said, keep your senses and your alertness
That's ridiculous.
at that level. And you're just moving. You're not even thinking. You're not even thinking. You're just reacting. It's muscle memory.
It's fluid, man.
It's crazy. So let's keep going, man. That's
Okay.
frequently leaped upon the troops of the enemy and did not leave off fighting until he overthrew 900 of them. And they had to bring him out first. That dude must have been cold.
Yeah. He's crowd control.
Obviously he didn't deal in military tactician work. He wasn't sitting back here in a student of military history.
Strategy.
He like, go kill him, I'm gonna get him. Can I get him, boss? Get him, Tom, Captain.
Yeah.
And that was it. That's why he wasn't like Joab and with them dudes. Because he didn't have he was a wrecking ball.
I'm sorry.
You never heard any speeches written from him. He wasn't known for his
gather unto me, brethren.
Yeah.
Nah, it was like kill. What you gonna say?
You know what he's good for? Eliminating the morale of the opposing force.
That's it. Yeah.
Just immediately, boom, and then their morale is shot.
Because he let him just be him. That's not even military-like procedure.
Yeah.
He just let him roll, man. Let him break him up. Let him soften him up.
Shock and awe.
And then we'll come right behind him.
Shock and awe.
That means he must have did it so many times they were comfortable with him doing that. Golly. Read on.
After him was Eleazar, the son of Dodo, who was with the king of Arasam.
At Arasam.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was with the king at Arasam. This man, when once the Israelites were under a consternation.
The consternation means astonishment, amazement, or horror that confounds the faculties and incapacitates a person for consultation and execution. So they're frozen with fear.
Paralyzed by
They're
fear.
paralyzed by fear. They couldn't move. They didn't know what to do in the situation.
Okay.
Because you can't believe your eyes.
Yeah.
You can't believe your eyes. You see one man killing off a whole troop of your own military.
Right.
How do you process that?
No, but this is different. Listen, the people were frozen and afraid of all these big giant Philistines.
Right.
Read it.
Okay. This man, when once the Israelites were under a consternation at the multitude of the Philistines and were running away.
So he's like, listen, there was so many damn Philistines. They're like, bro, this is not gonna work, bro. How many Philistines was it there for his army?
Yeah.
His army was experienced as hell. They had gone through everything. For this army to say, man, hell no. Hell no. I know the Most High is real, and we done got a lot of victories, but hell no.
It's like a sea of people.
And the Philistines were professional killers out of it. They were no chumps. So they were frozen with fear with the multitudes of these people. Read on.
And were running away, stood alone, and fell upon the enemy.
Damn,
and slew many of them, till his sword clung to his hand by the blood that he had shed. Until the Israelites, seeing the Philistines retire by his means.
One dude broke their spirit out. This is another one-man show out of breaking these guys' spirits out. That is, everybody ran away and said, hell no. And this dude stayed there and wiped them out so bad that they started running away. He said they made them to retire. One dude made all these killing Philistines leave. They weren't the quitting type. Remember when Saul was there, they kept fighting every page. Every other page or chapter, it was what? Philistines come back again. Yep. Philistines back at it again. These guys weren't soft.
By the way, yeah.
Anyway, read that part again. That's amazing.
And fell upon the enemy, and slew many of them, till his sword clung to his hand by the blood he had shed, until the Israelites, seeing the Philistines retire by his means, came down from the mountains and pursued them.
That means they ran to the mountains hiding, and they was watching the fight, eating popcorn. I can say, damn, this dude is beating them. Come on, let's go, man. Let's go, y'all. If he can get them running with one dude, then we can power up and fight now.
They looking at it, oh shit.
He got it done. What the hell?
That's amazing.
That is amazing, guy. Read on.
And at that time won a surprising and a famous victory.
So this dude's hand was full of blood. Everybody came and supported him afterwards. That was phenomenal. That had to be in the record books. You had to talk about it. You had to find some time to talk about this move. Read on.
While Eleazar slew the men, and the multitude followed and spoiled their dead bodies.
Well, that's whack though, bro. Everybody gets a piece of the spoiled. He did all the work out.
Like,
get out there. Give that man his money. Give him his money. Give that man his money. I don't know if y'all saw the movie. You know what I'm talking about.
I didn't see it. I just thought that sounded funny.
It's the boy. You should that give him his money. He did all the killing. You gonna spoil it after this dude did all the killing? It's crazy. Read on.
The third was Sheba, the son of Ilis. Now this man, when in the wars against the Philistines, they pitched their camp at a place called Lehi. And when the Hebrews were again afraid of their army and did not stay, he stood still alone.
God damn, man.
As an army and a body of men, and some of them he overthrew. Want me to read that again? I'm sorry.
He stood still alone.
As an army and a body of men.
As if he had an army and body of men.
I just read caught this thing.
He's like, I'm gonna stay here like we got thousands behind me.
An army of one.
That's but he had the confidence as if everything was all right.
Wow.
Oh my goodness,
That's faith.
Hell yeah. Read on.
And some of them he overthrew, and some who were not able to abide his strength and force, he pursued.
Wait a minute. He kicked everybody's ass who stayed. And then he chased the ones who ran.
Afraid of him.
It was one guy running after thousands.
No.
Can you imagine it? They came at him. He whipped on them, and this one guy was chasing the rest of these guys. That's insane,
That's crazy,
Read on, bro.
And some of them he overthrew, and some who were not able to abide his strength and force, he pursued. These are the works of the hands and of fighting which these three performed.
That's why it was called the Three Mighty, because they did something that not even Joab and them could do. These three guys were just special on the battlefield. And they just had an ability that other men just didn't have. You gotta take care of them dudes, man. What you want? You living in Jerusalem, bro.
Yeah.
You living in Jerusalem. I know you live in Hebron. No. I know you in Tachmonai. No, your ass is coming up here, bro. Bring your family.
Yeah.
Listen, you can be a couple of doors down from the king. It's gonna be okay.
You're having some sound sleep, man.
Listen, we gonna have to pay this man.
Hey, just don't get no flashbacks, man.
Listen, no PTSD.
No PTSD.
When if anybody else comes through,
yeah,
we know who to call first.
Y'all kids better not put on no Philistine suits. your uncle gonna lose it.
You got a little tick.
Yeah.
Somebody dropping swords.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Don't do your uncle like that.
Don't do your uncle like that, man. He's a war hero.
Yeah, he ain't for playing.
And, I think a lot of us got uncles like that.
Yeah.
Let's keep going now.
Okay, in the same line 311. These are the works of the hands and the fighting which these three perform. Now at the time when the king was once at Jerusalem, and the army of the Philistines came upon him to fight him, David went up to the top of the citadel, as we have already said, to inquire of the Most High concerning the battle. While the enemy's camp lay in the valley that extends to the city Bethlehem, which is 20 furlongs distant from Jerusalem. Now David said to his companions, we have excellent water in my own city, especially that which is in the pit near the gate, wondering if anyone would bring him some of it to drink. But he said that he would rather have it than a great deal of money. When these three men heard what he said...
Hold on, before we go any further, let's go back and make sure. It says, when the king was once at Jerusalem.
Now at the time, when the king was once at Jerusalem, and the army of the Philistines came upon him to fight him, David went up to the top of the citadel.
So it's still in Jerusalem. Okay.
As we have already said, to inquire of the Most High concerning the battle. 3:12. While the enemy's camp lay in the valley that extends to the city Bethlehem, which is 20 furlongs distant from Jerusalem.
Okay.
Now David said to his companions, we have excellent water in my own city, especially that which is in the pit near the gate.
And that was that same pit that Joab went down and did that Mission Impossible scenario.
Okay.
That's where that water he's talking about. Read on.
Oh, okay, I got you. Wondering if anyone would bring him some of it to drink. But he said that he would rather have it rather than a great deal of money. When these three men heard what he said, they ran away immediately and burst through the midst of their enemy's camp and came to Bethlehem. And when they had drawn the water, they returned again through the enemy's camp.
So listen. So it must have been like 20 miles. So obviously he's saying the water in Jerusalem is good, but I want some of the water from my town in Bethlehem. He says, man, if I had some water from Bethlehem, you know what brother said, man, listen, man, I wish I had some of that chicken from this spot. I wish I had this, or I had some drink that I had that was really good. It was across town, man, but man, I wish I should have it.
Yeah.
Boom! But that's this.
For the visual, I did look it up. It's 2.5 miles away.
And you got to foot it.
So
you got to foot it and fight through it. Because they had to get out there. They had to get out of the damn on foot. That ain't no joke. So they had to get out of the gate, fight them Philistines, go get a glass of water in Bethlehem, bring it back up, and fight these Philistines again before you go back into the gate.
And then
5 miles.
Yeah. And then not waste the water.
No, and then it's pure fighting, and then it's pure combat. You're not gonna just go through these guys easy.
That's amazing.
If I kill 30, you think the rest of the guys gonna sit back and let me go? We fighting once we get out the gate. We fighting for 2.5 miles to the water. One guy draws the water. The other two are fighting. They go back. They get the water and they fight again 2.5 miles to get back to the gate. Listen, you are fighting for 5 miles. Can you imagine fighting for 5 miles straight? You're fighting for 5 miles.
Yeah, people barely fight for like 30 seconds.
No, you can't even run a 5K, 5 kilometer run. Or what I'm saying, which is 3.1 miles. We can't do that.
But you're in pure combat. But you're in pure combat for that long time. So you're fighting. Everybody's stopping fighting. Then you sit back here and get a little space. You fighting some more. You go a little further, and they're gonna stop you again. These Philistines weren't gonna just let you slide.
You don't lose any of the water.
Hopefully it was in a canteen. I don't know how they had it. One of those damn camel canteens. Was that?
Just try literally talking the entire time you run a 5 mile stretch. Just talk the entire time.
Can't do it.
That's ridiculous.
Water's not light.
No.
Bro, that sword ain't light. And just sitting right here fighting these Philistines on that. So anyway, he didn't even give him an order. He was just saying, man, you know, when you miss things, he's talking about things you missed. And they pounced on this order out. Golly, God. Read on. 3 guys.
Can you want me to read that again?
Yeah.
When these three men, line 313, when these three men heard what he said, they ran away immediately and burst through the midst of their enemies' camp and came to Bethlehem. And when they had drawn the water, they returned again through the enemy's camp to the king.
So it wasn't that bad. It wasn't how I explained it. They broke through the camp, got the water. Then they got back to, then they fought them again. So there was some space they could walk out here and take it slow.
But you know what it does show though? It shows you that when you do believe like David, the Most High put believers around you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's what this does show. You know what I'm saying? If you faithful, the Most High put faithful people around you.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's keep going.
And when they had drawn the water, they returned again through the enemy's camp to the king, insomuch that the Philistines were so surprised at their boldness and alacrity that they were quiet and did nothing against them.
So they let them come back the second time. They're like, these dudes, they fought through us just to get some water. Let this dude go. Let him go. Because they got water and they whipped our ass. There was three dudes and they got through us.
Take a water break.
And three dudes got past us. And listen, read on.
That's crazy. And did nothing against them, as if they despised their small number.
They did. First of all, they got whipped up with them three. Then they came back and said, man, listen, man, let's get through there. I ain't gonna sit back here tripping on y'all three dudes got passes. Man, listen, I'm gonna tip a cap out. Get on in there, man. Get on in there, man.
Want some water.
But that's crazy, That's crazy, I can't even imagine these type of moves, Read on.
But when the water was brought to the king, he would not drink it.
I would say, my Lord,
right.
I know you don't want to drink this water, but can you please drink this water? We sat back here and turned up for this water.
That's a servant.
That's a servant. You did it, and he didn't even do what you gave him the gift, and he said, no, I can't do it, man. Sorry, y'all risk your lives for me, man. Yes, my Lord. It ain't about what I want. Read on.
He would not drink it, saying that it was brought by the danger and the blood of men, and that it was not proper on that account to drink it. But he poured it out to the Most High, and gave him thanks for the salvation of the men.
God. Now hold on. We're going to go back to this. Let's get in the scriptures real quick. And go to, I think we are in,
I read 10, but we're in 11.
I think we're in, let's do 12. Well, let's do 11.
2 Samuel 23 and 11. And after him was Shema, the son of Agi, the Hararite. And the Philistines were gathered together into a troop, where was a piece of ground full of lentils. And the people fled from the Philistines. But he stood in the midst of the ground and defended it, and slew the Philistines, and the Most High wrought a great victory.
This is still that story when all the men left and he stood his ground and wiped out those guys and chased the other people. This is that third story. Read on.
And 3 of the 30 chief went down and came to David in the harvest time unto the cave of Adullam. And the troop of the Philistines pitched in the valley of Rephaim.
Now listen, this is when I'm going to go with the scriptures, because for some reason the Josephus said that David was in Jerusalem when he asked for this water, but I don't remember it being that way. I remember him being in the cave asking for water. So just for sake of clarity, we stick to the scriptures, because unless there's a second story about this, but I don't think so. We're going to stick to the story when he was in the cave of Abdullah and asked for water and they fought through the troop, versus being in Jerusalem and asking for water and they fought through the troop. Okay? Read on.
Verse 14. And David was then in an hold, and the garrison of the Philistines was then in Bethlehem. And David longed and said, oh, that one would give me drink of the water of the well of Bethlehem, which is by the gate. And the 3 mighty men brake through the host of the Philistines, and drew water out of the well of Bethlehem, that was by the gate, and took it, and brought it to David. Nevertheless, he would not drink thereof, but poured it out unto the Most High.
Read on.
And he said, be it far from me, O power, that I should do this. Is not this the blood of the men that went in jeopardy of their lives? Therefore he would not drink it. These things did these 3 mighty men. And Abishai, the brother of Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was chief among 3.
He was chief of the 3, also chief of the 3 captains. Okay, it's not those mighty 3. It was the chief of the 3 captains. It was Abishai and Joab were captains. Read on.
And he lifted up his spear against 300 and slew them, and had the name among 3.
Listen, he did that. He captained Israel when they took out Edomites and established the jurisdiction over them at the salt mines, if I'm not mistaken. He sat back here and took out one of the giants in 21. He did a lot of great things. Read on.
Verse 19. Was he not most honorable of 3? Therefore he was their captain. Howbeit he attained not the first 3, not unto the first 3.
He didn't even do what those first 3 did. Now he was of the 3 captains, but those other 3 dudes were just military soldiers who were just dogs. He says Abishai didn't do as great as these top 3 guys did. Hold that and go back to the Josephus.
Okay. 3:15.
3:15. Yeah, we left off at the end of 14.
Line 3:15. Next to these was Abishai, Joab's brother, for he in one day slew 600. The 5th of these was Benaniah, by lineage a priest, for being challenged by 2 eminent men in the country of Joab.
So he was Levi. Benaniah was Levi, by lineage a priest. He was challenged by 2 eminent men in the country of Moab. And then the Bible talks about they were lion-like men, but that lion-like men just meant courageous men. There wasn't like these. There was anything more crazy than that. It was heroic, bold men. So let's keep going.
He overcame them by his valor. Moreover, there was a man by nation, an Egyptian, who was of a vast bulk, and challenged him. Yet did he, when he was unarmed, kill him with his own spear.
Bro, this dude sat back here. This Egyptian challenged him. He was big. He was strong. He was bulky. He was yoked, and he challenged him. But see, he had a spear, and Benaniah didn't have nothing. So it was still dirty pool. He sits back here, challenges him. Then he says, then Benaniah takes his own spear, takes that dude's spear, and kills him with it. Read on.
When he was unarmed, kill him with his own spear, which he threw at him.
He took the man's spear and then threw it at him and killed him.
You know the velocity of these speed these things flying.
But listen, but you take a grizzled warrior's weapon, you disarm him. That's a shame right there.
Yeah.
How'd you sit back here and take his weapon from him? These guys were veteran warriors too. Anyway, continue.
Which he threw at him, for he caught him by force, and took away his weapons while he was alive and fighting.
So that's my point. It was like he took it when he was dead.
No, he was alive.
He took this man's shit in mid-battle. That's embarrassing.
That's crazy.
That's a shame for a warrior to lose his weapon.
Yeah.
In middle of battle. That's like if a cop draws on you and you take his weapon from him. It's the same thing. You lose your job. You can't do that.
You didn't have nothing.
That's a no-no, bro. And you didn't have nothing.
You didn't have nothing.
That's crazy.
He overpowered me.
Back up.
With his
Bro.
bare hands.
Yeah.
It was
And this is mano a mano.
It was 3 of them.
And he sucker punched me. I didn't see it coming. No, he was right in front of you, and he took it from you, and he pointed it at you, and he shot you. I know. I can't remember what it was.
They lied and said it was like 3-4 guys.
Yeah. No, one guy just disarmed you, bro, and you saw him coming. Read on that.
Which he threw at him, for he caught him by force, and took away his weapons while he was alive and fighting, and slew him with his own weapons. One may also add this to the aforementioned actions of the same man, either as the principal of them in alacrity, or as resembling the rest. When the Most High sent a snow, there was a lion who slipped and fell into a certain pit. And because the pit's mouth was narrow, it was evident he would perish, being enclosed with the snow. So when he saw no way to get out and save himself, he roared. When Benaniah heard the wild beast, he went towards him. And coming at the noise he made, he went down into the mouth of the pit and smote him.
Listen, if you hear some large animal yelling, you gonna sit back and say, let me see what's going on in that pit and see what's happening in this pit out there. You ain't gonna jump in the damn pit. You hear some damn crazy lion who's caged and afraid.
Here, bear in a cave in and say, what's going on there?
What's going on in there, man? What's happening over there?
Come on.
What that noise is.
Well, let me see what that noise is about. That's not even like, who would do that?
It's like the cold don't even affect them.
Listen, you're in the snow. That means you can't move real well. You're in a narrow scenario. This is power on power. Think about that. I'm in a narrow space. So this animal's gonna try to kill me. It's close hand combat.
Yeah, you can't.
And this beast, you gotta catch him by the mane and do what you gotta do. There's nothing you can't move around. This is crazy. What kind of men are these guys, What kind of dudes is this, Anyway, how did they practice it? What were they doing every day for practice workout side? Can you imagine that?
I don't know. No, I'm just thinking.
I don't know. I don't really know. Like, what are these dudes doing on their off time to get ready for this kind of stuff,
You gotta put like Philistine dummies up on the wall.
Yeah.
That's
It's like no comfort ever. Just constant affliction.
Warrior affliction. Listen, don't forget, you already still got to work your land. You still got to work your land, making money and survive. So after harvest, after all that work, then you go work on killing.
Right.
So you were constantly in some type of activity. Anyway, let's keep going.
He went down into the mouth of the pit and smote him, as he struggled with a stake that lay there, and immediately slew him. The other 33 were like.
First of all, he went down there with nothing, with no weapons. As he's struggling with this lion, he found a stake down there and killed him. You went down there checking on hunting for lions with no weapons,
I mean, you gotta hold it back and grab the.
I know, you're sitting back, you're like,
Yeah.
That's what you didn't know there was no weapons. You didn't know there was a weapon there. You just went down there to investigate this animal and realized you was going to take him out with your bare hands.
Yeah, you know.
That's crazy.
You know when you that crazy, you know what I'm saying? You know you talking like, here, kitty.
Yeah. Bro.
Who the booty cat?
Who that booty?
Oh,
There's a lion.
And that animal's in a fight or flight situation. That's it. This is survival for him.
You okay, little Phil?
Yeah.
Bro, listen, let's go back in the scriptures. That's crazy, This is pure warriors, So, Samuel, it's 23 and 20, I think. Yeah, 23 and 20.
Verse 20. And Benaniah, the son of Jehoiada, did I say that right?
Jehoiada. Mm-hmm.
And Benaniah, the son of Jehoiada, the son of a valiant man of Kabzeel, who had done many acts, he slew 2 lion-like men of Moab.
Heroic men of Moab. Read on.
He went down also and slew a lion in the midst of a pit in time of snow.
Read on.
And he slew an Egyptian, a goodly man, and the Egyptian had a spear in his hand. But he went down to him with a staff and plucked the spear out of the Egyptian's hand and slew him with his own spear.
And if I'm not mistaken, he was also a captain of the top Perathites and the Chethathites. And they were like a regiment of Philistines that were loyal to David. and he was a captain over those loyal Philistines. Okay, so he was the captain over them. You had Asahel, who was the captain also, and you obviously had Joab. But let's keep going.
But you had that staff, which is a stick versus a spear.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's a stick versus spear. That's odds are against you.
No doubt. You better be skilled with that staff.
It just showed you how, it reminded me of Coming to America at the beginning.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy had that stick.
And it wasn't that. It was Samuel L. Jackson in there.
Yeah.
That was his first role, I think.
Yeah, it was that.
No, second. Well, anyway, you get the point.
Yeah.
Verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
These things did Benaniah the son of Jehoiada, and had the name among 3 mighty men.
He was of the second class of 3 mighty men. You had Asahel, Benaniah, and Joab. Read on.
He was more honorable than the 30, but he attained not to the first 3.
Mm-hmm.
And David set him over his guard. There's a lot of names in here.
Yep.
Asahel, the brother of Joab, was one of the 30.
Now, Asahel, if you read earlier, when Abner killed him, he had the ability to sit back here and circle a horse in full gallop.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Asahel circled a horse in full gallop. That's insane. That's remember, I don't know if you ever saw, but they had like Usain Bolt tried to race a horse out.
Got dusted.
And got beat bad out.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
So listen, Asahel is faster than Usain Bolt. How about that?
You said no, you knew the scripture.
Listen, he's circling a horse in full gallop out. Come on now.
Yeah.
Wow. He's in full gallop, and you had enough speed to turn up and get around him.
Wow. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Asahel was
the brother of Joab. Was one of the 30. Elhanan, the son of Dodo of Bethlehem.
That's another one of the brothers of Dodo. Who's another one of son of Dodo. Anyway, Eleazar. Eleazar, and then Eleazar was one of the top guy, and Elhanan was another one of his sons, Dodo. Them Dodo boys was coming at you. them Dodo boys. He was bad intentions with them boys. Read on.
Their father must have trained him, man.
Yes, he must have been a dog too in his day.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 25. Shema, the Harodite.
That was the other one that we were talking about. Read on.
Elikah, the Harodite.
They're brothers. They're always brothers. It seems like that. Shema and Elikah were just killers. Read on.
Helez, the Paltite. Ira, the son of Akesh, the Tekoite. Abiezar, the Anathothite.
That was a good one. Yeah, they said it right.
Mabani, the Hushathite. Zalman, the Ahoite. Maharai, the Nathathite. Haleb.
No, don't get him the Aussie accent now. The little Aussie came out of you.
I don't know what's going on, man. I'm trying to read these names, man.
The Aussie came out right there. He like the Ahite. Anyway, keep going.
Haleb, the son of Banah, a Netophathite. Ittai, the son of Ribai, out of Gibeah, of the children of Benjamin.
So obviously the other guys were Judah. Now we got Benjamin coming through.
Benaniah, the Pirathonite. Hadai, of the brooks of Gaash.
I think there was 2 Benaniahs. Bekan.
Abi Alban, the Arbathite. Asmaveth, the Barhumite. Eliabah, the Sha'abanite, the sons of Jonathan. Shema, the Haraite. Ahiam, the son of Sharar, the Haraite. Eliphalet, the son of Ahasbai, the son of the Ma'akathite. Aliam, the son of Ahithophel, the Gilonite.
So Ahithophel was the one that advised Absalom to sit back here on how to deal with the overthrow. So Eliam was obviously the father of Bathsheba. Ahithophel was the grandfather of Bathsheba. So these guys were great war. And Eliam, the father of Bathsheba, was a mighty man. Read on.
Hezrai, the Carmelite, Paarai, the Arbite, Igal, the son of Nathan, of Zobah, Bani, the Gadite, Zelek, the Ammonite, Nahari, the Betharite.
So listen, David had a couple other guys in there too, an Ammonite, and Uriah. But keep going.
Armor bearer to Joab, the son of Zeruiah, Ira, the Ithrite, Gareb, the Ithrite, Uriah, the Hittite, 37 in all.
And those are all the mighty men. We wanted to kind of get chapter 24 out of the way, but there's just no way. It's already 3 o'clock, man. So we're gonna sit back here and are there any questions?
Some names in there.
Yeah, the accent came out there. The proper communication. It was good though. I'm just messing with you. But are there any questions? Then we'll sit back here and finish up chapter 24 next week, and we'll go into 1 Kings. All right. Let's see. Amaja, Waponya, Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Amen. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Shaman, Zayat, Lamashach, Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness. In the morning. In thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sounds. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither that the fool understandeth. When the wicked spring is the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Thy Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies. And my ear shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. By Shem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayar. Hama'ayawa. La Duad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatuab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yarad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayaran, Ayo, Hayat, Manawak Yawan, Kator, Charamwan, Shayaran, Ayo, Aroya, Tazayawan, Kayak, Sham, Tazawak, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayaya, Al-Walam, Basham Yashad.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, Basham, Yahushua, Rakano, Basharalim, Wabiath, Support. 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 Baruch Yahushua, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. By Shem, Yahushua, the water, the Miyat, Amen.
Sorting out in the heavy order, Yahweh, Yahushua, Wakasha Allah, men of Israel, Amadram, Barak, Yahweh, Turn the face, sisters. Sorting out in the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amadram, Barak,
Yahweh, dismiss. Hold up. All right, Israel. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.